Chapter 1528. The war between Holy Lands was completely different from the war between five-star forces. Everywhere he looked, it was chaos. There was killing everywhere. The entire battlefield was extremely large, so both sides roughly divided the battlefield into 4 smaller battlefields, each with a commander in charge of the battle. The members of the Life Sacred Land had a clear division of labor. The frontliners were the frontliners who were good at defense, the middle were the attackers and range players, and the backliners were in charge of support and healing. But the Heaven-Defying faction was the same, and they had even more tricks up their sleeves. The Heaven-Defying faction had many battleships, weapons of mass destruction, as well as special formations. This made their offensive power so great that even the Holy Lands found it difficult to deal with them. And this was the extremely powerful Life Sacred Land, with plenty of doctors skilled in healing. An ordinary sacred land would have no chance of victory. It was no wonder that the illusion god Sacred Land had fallen to the Heaven-Defying faction. However, the Heaven-Defying faction had just conquered the illusion god Sacred Land and had only been resting for a few years before attacking the Life Sacred Land. This was truly inconceivable. Could it be that the Heaven-Defying faction had managed to recover in such a short time? Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that the Heaven-Defying faction had used an overwhelming advantage to defeat the illusion god Sacred Land, so their losses were not great. The Heaven-Defying faction actually has so many god-eye descendants. A third heaven god lord couldn't help but sigh. As a sacred land controlled by a god-eye, it had far fewer god-eye descendants than the Heaven-Defying faction. It seems like the Heaven-Defying faction's foundation far exceeds our expectations. God King Radiant Peak's expression was grim. However, he was not too worried. The low and middle level battles had a relatively small impact on the outcome of the battle. The most important thing was the clash between the upper echelons, and on their side they had the Life Sovereign. God Kings who had obtained the title of ruler could easily defeat ordinary God Kings. If the Heaven-Defying faction did not have the power to resist a ruler, they would have no chance of victory. Even if the Heaven-Defying faction had the power to fight against a ruler, they wouldn't be able to last for long, unless they had the power of a ruler. God King Radiant Peak just didn't understand why the Heaven-Defying faction was attacking the Life Sacred Land. At this moment, on the Heaven-Defying faction's side, Life God, why don't you just surrender and avoid turning the Life Sacred Land into a land of the dead? The Heaven Lord faintly smiled as he calmly spoke. Impossible. The Life Sovereign's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Although she was one of the 8 great god-eyes that was not skilled in battle and did not like war, how could a god-eye surrender to someone else? The protector smiled evilly and gave an order. In a flash, the god-eye descendants of the Heaven-Defying faction began to gather together. What are they planning to do? God King Radiant Peak was confused, but in the next moment his face darkened. Waves of dreadful god-eye energy appeared in many places on the battlefield. At least 3 and at most 8 god-eye descendants were using a secret technique to fuse the power of their eye bloodlines together. God-eye fusion art! Zhao Feng murmured in his heart as he observed carefully. This secret art could be considered one of the Heaven-Defying faction's trump cards. At present, only Zhao Feng's origin energy could counter the power of the god-eye fusion. Through his observations, Zhao Feng realized that most of the people on the battlefield were using the god-eye fusion art in groups of 5 or 6. This method had the highest chance of success. As for the 8 of them, there were fewer examples. After all, it was extremely difficult and time-consuming. If they were interrupted, they would suffer a huge backlash. Of course, Zhao Feng was observing this because he was also very interested in this secret art. At his current cultivation level, and with his god-eye level dream god-eye, he was able to glean a great deal of information from observing the god-eye fusion art used by lower-level members. In a battle of the same level, if the opponent's technique wasn't too high-level, Zhao Feng could even copy and learn it. Kaboom! The energy of the god-eye soared into the sky, intimidating all the members of the sacred land. As members of a sacred land controlled by a god Eye, they naturally held god Eyes in reverence. But at this moment, they sensed a god Eye energy that only the life god Eye had on their enemies. Boom! Bang! Explosions rang out everywhere on the battlefield, shaking heaven and earth. The power of the god Eye fusion art swept through the sacred land members like rotten twigs. A few moments later, the entire heaven-defying faction had advanced 10,000 li. This secret art! The life god was alarmed. She had only ever heard of this secret art, but she had never seen it herself. But now, the heaven-defying faction was using a large number of god Eye descendants to use this secret art, instantly gaining an enormous advantage over the sacred land. Reporting, the Northern Army is no match. A soul message was sent through the token in God King Radiant Peak's hand into his mind. If one side was no match, they would either send reinforcements or retreat. But now that the sacred land had mobilized all its forces, sending reinforcements was no longer possible. Reporting, the Eastern Army is no match. Another report made God King Radiant Peak's face darken. Lord God, the lower-level forces are at a disadvantage. We can only increase the size of the battlefield and send experts to fight. God King Radiant Peak consulted the life god. Immediately increase the size of the battlefield so that the higher-level forces could fight. The lower-level forces would have to reduce casualties. The life god nodded in agreement with God King Radiant Peak's plan. The heaven-defying faction had all sorts of god Eye descendants, and they also had the god Eye fusion art. This was essentially one of their trump cards, so the sacred land could only do this. Fight! God King Radiant Peak messaged the god lords of the sacred land. In a flash, nearly 10 first heaven god lords and several second heaven god lords entered the fray. Haha, the life sacred land is only SOSO. The protector of the heaven-defying faction laughed heartily. At the same time, 10-some god lord experts emerged from the heaven-defying faction divine kingdom. Boom! Bang! The god lords of both sides fiercely clashed. A battle between god lords would create a massive disturbance, causing the number of people on the lower levels of the battlefield to gradually decrease. There were quite a few god Eye descendants among the heaven-defying faction's god lords. However, taking away several god lords to use the god Eye fusion art was equivalent to losing several god lords, and it would have a rather large effect on the battlefield. Moreover, the sacred land could use the sacrificial soldiers to interrupt the god Eye fusion art. By losing one person, the god Eye fusion art would be heavily injured by the backlash of the god Eye fusion art. No matter how one looked at it, it was worth it. For this reason, the god Eye fusion art wasn't very practical on the god lord battlefield. Even so, the heaven-defying faction had various god Eye descendants, and the Eye of Life was not particularly outstanding in terms of fighting, so the heaven-defying faction still had the advantage. But the life-sacred land was skilled in protracted battles, and its defensive and healing abilities were outstanding. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be. Alas, the heaven-defying faction would not let the life-sacred land have its way. Since they were attacking the life-sacred land, they had definitely made ample preparations. Show! One god lord after another charged out of the heaven-defying faction, divine, kingdom to join the battle. Even palace kings were mobilized. The heaven-defying faction's palace kings were definitely invincible, second heaven god lords. The heaven-defying faction has so many god lords, and all of them are of extraordinary strength. The upper echelon elders of the life-sacred land were flabbergasted. In the low-level battle, the heaven-defying faction had used the god Eye fusion art to defeat the sacred land. On the god lord battlefield, the heaven-defying faction was similarly powerful. God Eye descendants, the top 20, and even the top 10 bloodlines of the ancient races had all appeared. In this situation, The god lords of the life-sacred land could only move out one by one. But in the end, even though all the god lords under the third heaven of the sacred land had come out, they were far inferior to the heaven-defying faction in terms of numbers. The heaven-defying faction, which originally had the upper hand in terms of fighting power, also had more people than the sacred land. The situation is bad. God King Radiant Peak's expression was extremely grim. Although this is not the right time for this one to take action, I still wish to lend the sacred land a hand. Zhao Feng suddenly said, although there was no need for him to fight for the life-sacred land. The heaven-defying faction had tried to kill Zhao Feng several times, even targeting Zhao Yufei to force Zhao Feng to compromise. This grudge had to be avenged. Oh, what are your plans? God King Radiant Peak asked. Swish! With a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng's clones and the Black Destruction Dragon appeared. The Divine Kingdom Path opened, and the few God Lord experts of the Dream Divine Kingdom emerged. Okay. God King Radiant Peak's eyes brightened. He still did not recommend that Zhao Feng take part in the battle, but Zhao Feng still had so many God Lord subordinates. Let's go! Zhao Feng called out. Once he entered the battle, the heaven-defying faction would definitely take corresponding measures, so it would not have much of an impact on the overall situation. Thus, Zhao Feng first had his subordinates enter the battle and secretly assist them. Sacred land level battle. The Black Destruction Dragon's eyes gleamed with savage light as it held forward, the rest of its subordinates following. Zhao Feng divided his subordinates into 4 teams that joined the battle. Destruction Dragon Blast. The Black Destruction Dragon charged at a black-scaled second heaven elder. Today I'll kill a true destruction dragon like you. The black-scaled elder savagely smiled. The blood of the destruction dragon race flowed through his veins, though it was transplanted. The Black Destruction Dragon raised its head and roared, its savage gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Swish! A pitch-black metal fragment appeared in its hand, wreathed in black flames and exuding a destructive aura. Ancestral artifact fragment. The black-scaled elder grimaced. At this moment, the Black Destruction Dragon charged forward, activating the ancestral artifact fragment to launch a destructive attack. As a true destruction dragon with an ancestral artifact fragment, the Black Destruction Dragon's strength far surpassed the black-scaled elder's understanding. In addition, Zhao Feng had placed a God-Eye mark on the Black Destruction Dragon's body. Through this mark, the Black Destruction Dragon could obtain the support of Zhao Feng's eye intent and a portion of the Dream God Eye's abilities. The Black Destruction Dragon felt everything in front of it become 10 times clearer, and its perception of everything around it reached the pinnacle. Boom! Bang! Crash! After several hundred exchanges, the heavily injured black-scaled elder was struck by the Black Destruction Dragon's sure-kill blow. The black-scaled elder's body was engulfed by a black sun. Even though he had a destruction dragon body, the black sun continued to roast him until he was completely annihilated. At the same time, Zhao Feng's other subordinates also received support from his eye intent, making them far stronger than normal. Although Zhao Feng's subordinates didn't have much of an impact on the overall battle situation, after a while, the influence of the subordinates that Zhao Feng sent into the battle began to grow. As time passed, the influence of the subordinates that Zhao Feng sent into the battle began to accumulate, and the tides of the battle began to turn. Chapter 1529. The Life-Sacred Land. As the war continued for a period of time, the subordinates that Zhao Feng sent to participate in the war gradually expanded their influence on the battlefield. Gradually, the situation on the battlefield began to change. However, the scale of the battle was too great. The people that Zhao Feng sent to participate in the battle were still unable to gain a great advantage. Elder Hua Feng, recall all the experts who have gone out to temper themselves and request reinforcements from our allies. The Life Dominus, who had been paying attention to the entire battle, suddenly spoke. From the very start, the heaven-defying faction had displayed a powerful display that left the life-sacred land flabbergasted. Presumably, since the heaven-defying faction dared to attack the life-sacred land, they had naturally made preparations and were somewhat confident. In addition, not even the life god could see through the heaven lord of the heaven-defying faction. In this situation, the life-sacred land could not be arrogant and needed to prepare with all its strength. The life-sacred land could be considered the sacred land of medicine in the ancient, desolate realm of gods, and countless people owed it favors. As for the life-sovereign, her connections were extremely extensive. However, at this point, it was unknown how many people would be willing to help. Yes. God King Radiant Peak nodded and gave the order. The Xiling Zone, outside the life-sacred land. A black-robed woman sat on a black lotus platform and flew rapidly. Shoo! A streak of white light surged from behind, emitting a sharp sword intent that could cut through all things. It instantly caught up to the woman in black. Isn't that God Lord Lotus Desire? The white sword light stopped and turned into an old man dressed in white. I didn't think that God Lord Nine Sword would also come. God Lord Lotus Desire gave an alluring smile. This cloth-clothed elder was a third heaven expert of a sword Dao sacred land in a zone adjacent to the Xiling Zone. God Lord Nine Sword. How can I miss out on a great battle between sovereign, level holy lands? God Lord Nine Sword's eyes gleamed. It wasn't that sacred lands had never fought each other before, but it was extremely rare for a sacred land to have a sovereign overseeing it. Even he couldn't remember a single one. Moreover, the other party fighting the life-sacred land was the Heaven's legacy race. This was a battle that he naturally couldn't miss. But when God Lord Lotus Desire and God Lord Nine Sword arrived at the battlefield, they discovered that quite a few experts had already gathered, almost all of them here to watch this battle. One of the most powerful forces was the Antean Domain's Fallen Heaven, Holy Land. The Fallen Heaven, Sacred Land, has sent so many experts. In my opinion, even if the Life Sacred Land wins, the Fallen Heaven, Sacred Land might use this chance to attack. God Lord Nine Sword and God Lord Lotus Desire messaged each other. Let's take a look at the situation first. God Lord Lotus Desire waved her jade-like hand again and again, drawing out a strange black symbol that shot off into the distance. Not long after, buzz, black flames blazed in front of God Lord Lotus Desire, forming a small screen that displayed the blurry scenes of the battle. At this moment, God Lord Nine Sword received a message. The Life Sacred Land is requesting reinforcements. God Lord Lotus Desire wickedly smiled. Let's observe the situation first. If there's no chance of victory, this old man will not go and throw his life away. God Lord Nine Sword remained indifferent and unmoved. The Battle of the Sacred Land had attracted the attention of the peak experts of the Xiling Zone and its neighboring zones. If the two factions were both injured, they could also take advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, the news of the war between the heaven-defying faction and the life-sacred land continued to spread. The entire ancient, desolate realm of gods started to shake. The life-sacred land. The battle was still ongoing. Suddenly, the Heaven Lord asked, "Life God I, do you still want to hold on?" The Life God did not reply. As someone with the Life God I and the title of God, she would never surrender. Moreover, she did not believe that she would lose. With her connections and geographical advantage, the life-sacred land would never lose. Whoosh! The Heaven Lord raised a palm and lightly waved it down. Several figures charged out of the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom, all of them exuding heaven-shaking auras. Third Heaven, God King Radiant Peak, was startled. The battle had only just begun, but the heaven-defying faction was already sending out Third Heaven God Lords. Did the heaven-defying faction really plan on quickly overrunning the life-sacred land? Whoosh! 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 The heaven-defying faction immediately sent out third heaven god lords. The life-sacred land had no choice but to send out third heaven god lords. But is that all they have? God King Radiant Peak was rather confused. The heaven-defying faction had only sent out 5 third heaven god lords, while the life-sacred land had 7. Divine emissaries attack. The heaven lord gave a mocking smile and then called out. Swish! Swish! 6 figures wearing identical white robes appeared in the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom. There's another 6 third heaven god lords. God King Radiant Peak was startled. He could sense that these 6 third heaven god lords all exuded extremely powerful and dangerous bloodline energy. They were definitely not easy to deal with. A hint of surprise appeared on Zhao Feng's face. His eyes were focused on a slender, white-robed man among the 6 divine emissaries. It's him. This person was none other than Divine Emissary Chong, the one who had worked with Bai Minghui to capture Zhao Yufei and obstruct Zhao Feng's group. But later on, Divine Emissary Chong was killed by Zhao Feng and Twilight Valley. It seems like the Eye of Samsara revived him. Zhao Feng's heart sank. The heaven-defying faction definitely had a third heaven Eye of Samsara, or else they would not have been able to revive Divine Emissary Chong so easily. Of course, Bai Minghui had also been killed by Zhao Feng some time ago, but too little time had passed. The descendant of the Eye of Samsara of the heaven-defying faction had probably not recovered yet, so he had not revived Bai Minghui. Boom! Bang! The 6 divine emissaries split up into 4 different battlefields, displaying heaven-shaking power. In this clash of third heavens, the life-sacred lands god lords were on the back foot. Meanwhile, the heaven-defying faction was advancing. This grim situation made God King Radiant Peak and the life god grimace. Zhao Feng, you must go. God King Radiant Peak immediately said. At this moment, the heaven-defying faction had far more third heaven god lords than the sacred land, and the 6 divine emissaries that had appeared at the very end were far stronger than ordinary third heavens. In this situation, the life-sacred land would find it very difficult to deal with, so Zhao Feng had to go. Wait a moment. Zhao Feng extended a palm to indicate time. What's wrong? God King Radiant Peak frowned. Had Zhao Feng seen the enemy's power and decided to retreat? Wait a moment. Zhao Feng's eyes darkened as he entered the dream Divine Kingdom. God King Radiant Peak was confused. Had Zhao Feng gone to the Divine Kingdom to prepare something? But a moment later he grimaced. This was because the Divine Kingdom hidden nearby had suddenly vanished. He left? How? God King Radiant Peak was stunned. The life-sacred land was currently protected by the Sacred Lands Array. The people inside could not use instant movement, and the people outside could only break through the Sacred Lands Array to enter the Sacred Land. But Zhao Feng had silently left the life-sacred land without any warning. Even the life god was alarmed by this sight. She also didn't understand the reason behind this. Unless Zhao Feng had a damaged spatial ancestral artifact, or even an ancestral artifact, he could not have so easily left the life-sacred land. But then, an even more shocking sight took place. Buzz! Bzzz! A dreamy mist appeared in the air, and a figure slowly emerged. Zhao Feng. This energy is at the ability of a god This time, the life god noticed the crux of the matter. Zhao Feng was able to directly leave and return to the sacred land because of a special ability of the 9th god Eye. In the current ancient desolate realm of gods, only 3 or 4 people, including the space-time god, can enter and leave my life-sacred land without using any external power. I didn't think that one more would appear. The life god gave a cheerful smile in praise. Zhao Feng was moved. Even Zhao Feng, who was used to seeing beautiful women, was captivated by the life god's beauty. I will do my best to help the life-sacred land, Zhao Feng firmly said. The heaven-defying faction had always been Zhao Feng's enemy. He could not allow the heaven-defying faction to continue growing stronger as it wished. When Zhao Feng used thought teleportation to return to the Sage faction, he learned from Yu Tianwu that this sacred land war would decide the fate of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Swish! With a wave of the space-time robe, several dozen people appeared. Xian Wuheng, Twilight Valley, the giant god race Grand Elder, and the others were among them. These people were the top-class experts of the light race and giant god hull. After all, bringing along low-level true gods wouldn't have much effect on the war. "We're here," Xian Wuheng and Twilight Valley called out in surprise as they looked around in shock. They had learned from Zhao Feng that the heaven-defying faction had attacked the life-sacred land, paying respects to the life god. The light race and giant god hull experts called out in unison. "They're all enemies of the heaven-defying faction." Zhao Feng smiled faintly. "Okay." God King Radiant Peak heartily laughed. As it turned out, Zhao Feng had gone to call for reinforcements. Although they had sent out a distress signal, they didn't know how long it would take for reinforcements to arrive. But Zhao Feng had instantly called for reinforcements. Twilight Valley and Xian Wuheng were both at the third heaven. The arrival of these people was like coal in the middle of a snowstorm. "Attack!" Zhao Feng called out as he threw himself onto the battlefield. Whoosh! 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 The light race and giant god race members followed Zhao Feng. Deish! Zhao Feng left behind a spatial ripple as he entered the battlefield, but he did not take the initiative to fight the divine emissary. He condensed 2 primal chaos tribulation lightning swords in his hands, and many tribulation lightning claws extended from the swords. This allowed the primal chaos tribulation lightning swords to attack further and more nimble. Swish! Zhao Feng's figure moved back and forth with lightning-fast speed that no one could react to. Wherever he went, the tribulation lightning claws on the 2 primal chaos tribulation lightning swords would wreak havoc on the divine bodies of enemy god lords. Ordinary first or second heaven god lords would be doomed to die to a casual attack from Zhao Feng. Ah! Miserable cries rose and fell without end. "It's Zhao Feng! Run!" Panicked cries came from all around. Most of the upper echelon members of the heaven-defying faction knew that Zhao Feng had killed a divine emissary. In the distance, divine emissary Chang, who had been killed by Zhao Feng, had a sharp and murderous look in his eyes. "Divine emissary Li, lend me a hand." Divine emissary Chang immediately called out. Zhao Feng and Twilight Valley had worked together to kill him. He had been reborn to take revenge. On the other side, a callous middle-aged man was shrouded in a towering red image. Boom! Bang! The towering red image wielded a blood-colored saber that cleaved a second heaven god lord in 2, causing blood to spray into the air. At the same time, the energy and blood essence of that second heaven god lord were completely devoured by the blood-red saber, exuding an intimidating and bloody aura. "Oh, the 9th god I..." Divine emissary Li shot a bloodthirsty glance at Zhao Feng. Chapter 1530. In the distance, the upper echelon members of the heaven-defying faction glanced at Zhao Feng. "Heaven Lord, the 9th god I has appeared. Should we?" The protector whispered, "There's no rush. Let me experience the power of the 9th god I a little longer." The heaven lord shook his head, his eyes staring at Zhao Feng in confusion. The protector nodded and glanced at the heaven lord's eyes. When he went to capture Zhao Feng, he had obtained some of Zhao Feng's blood. This was also why the heaven lord's plan had been able to reach its initial stage so quickly. If not for this, it would have taken tens of thousands of years, or even longer. "The 9th god, are you really the 9th god I?" The protector mentally muttered. On the battlefield, Zhao Feng wielded a primal chaos tribulation lightning sword, tribulation lightning claws circling around his body as he wantonly killed enemy members. The life-sacred land was at a disadvantage. Even if Xiao Feng started fighting with the divine emissaries, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the battle. Thus, when Xiao Feng entered the battle, he quickly slaughtered the low-level god lords, making the enemy members tremble in fear. Moreover, the divine emissaries would naturally come to him. There was no need for Xiao Feng to attack. As expected, swoosh, swoosh, two soul-stirring auras approached from the distant horizon. They're here. Xiao Feng glanced at them. Two divine emissaries had come. But Xiao Feng had already killed quite a few low-level god lords of the heaven-defying faction, which had a significant effect on the overall battle. Xiao Feng died. Divine Emissary Chang's body flickered as he transformed into a streak of white light that rapidly approached Xiao Feng. He was the first of the 7 divine emissaries to be killed, and all of this was thanks to Xiao Feng. Divine Emissary Li followed, a sinister and bloodthirsty laugh on his lips. The light race and the god martial race. Xiao Feng calmly went up to meet them. Swish! He swung his 2 primal chaos tribulation lightning swords, unleashing 2 bolts of primal chaos tribulation lightning energy at the 2 divine emissaries. Divine Emissary Li brandished the scarlet saber in his hand and took the initiative to meet him. Boom! Bang! A terrifying storm of divine power swept out, slamming into Divine Emissary Li's body and causing his blood to surge. Such a powerful god power! It is even more powerful than Bai Minghui. No wonder he was killed by you. Divine Emissary Li's body froze for a moment, and then he revealed an even more excited and bloodthirsty smile. Among the 7 messengers, Bai Minghui was his sworn enemy. The 2 had battled dozens of times, and it was always hard to tell who would win. But now that his sworn enemy had been killed, Divine Emissary Li was extremely interested in Xiao Feng. On the other side, Divine Emissary Chang, who possessed the light race bloodline, was able to dodge Xiao Feng's attack. This kid is even stronger than before. Divine Emissary Chang's face chilled, but this was useless. Could Xiao Feng really block the attacks of 2 divine emissaries? I can't fight for long. I have to kill one of them quickly. Xiao Feng's face darkened as he analyzed the situation. He still had a chance of winning against 2 divine emissaries, but killing them would be even more difficult. Meow meow. Xiao Feng called out the little thieving cat and prepared to join the battle. Blood Devil frenzied slash. Divine Emissary Li wildly slashed out with a saber. The massive red god devil image on his body also wielded a translucent blood-red saber and performed the same action. Boom! Blood-colored saber bolts crisscrossed the world, creating a chaotic storm of sabers. Before the attack even arrived, a bloodthirsty fighting intent assailed Xiao Feng's mind. Fortunately, Xiao Feng had a powerful soul and will. In the face of this assault, he remained unmoved. Die. Xiao Feng gripped his sword with both hands and unleashed several hundred primal chaos tribulation lightning slashes. These hundreds of sword bolts exuded boundless tribulation lightning energy that linked together to form a net of tribulation lightning swords. Bang! The 2 vast energies collided, wreaking havoc and annihilating each other. At this moment, a streak of light shot behind Xiao Feng. Swoosh swoosh! Divine Emissary Chang waved his arms, creating 2 enormous white blades that slashed at Xiao Feng. Wherever these 2 white blades passed, everything returned to silence and slowed to a crawl. Primal Chaos Domain. Xiao Feng unleashed vast amounts of primal chaos energy that fused with the world around him. A moment later, everything for hundreds of thousands of li turned dark and gloomy. Everything in the world began to vanish, transforming into streams of primal chaos energy that wreaked havoc in the world. In a flash, the primal chaos domain took shape. Within this domain, Divine Emissary Chang and Divine Emissary Li immediately sensed that their connection to the world had been severed and that their strength was affected. At the same time, the two time slashes were also being suppressed and their might weakened. Buzz. Inside the primal chaos domain, several powerful streams of primal chaos turbulence formed. They were as thick as vines, blocking the two time blades. In the primal chaos domain, Zhao Feng could easily control the primal chaos energy around him. At the same time, Zhao Feng released his time law energy to counteract Divine Emissary Chang's time law energy and increase his speed. Dish! Zhao Feng dodged Divine Emissary Chang's attack and attacked Divine Emissary Li. As a member of the light race, Divine Emissary Chang was fast and had a time body that was rather difficult to kill. In comparison, although God martial race experts were powerful, they were more likely to die. Junior, are you looking down on me? Do you think that I'm weak? Divine Emissary Li's eyes flashed with red light. They had attacked Zhao Feng from both sides, but Zhao Feng had chosen to attack him first. Light and shadow intertwined as the two of them collided. Clink-clang. The blood-red glow and chaotic lightning surged and swept across the sky, startling the surroundings. In my view, you're just weak. Zhao Feng bellowed, his primal chaos tribulation lightning sword madly slashing down. In the primal chaos domain, Zhao Feng's offensive power was boosted, and his mind could control the streams of primal chaos energy around him to serve as his defense. Thus, he did not fear a divine emissary with the bloodline of the god martial race. Moreover, his primal chaos tribulation lightning divine power was far stronger than Divine Emissary Li's. Boom! Bang! In a burst of dark lightning, the bloody saber energy was shattered. Divine Emissary Li's blood boiled as he was pushed back. In a one-on-one fight, I'm not a match for him. Divine Emissary Li's expression darkened. At this moment, Dish! Two dazzling white time blades shot out from behind Zhao Feng. Primal Chaos Lightning Vortex. Zhao Feng once more unleashed his primal chaos energy, creating a pitch-black lightning vortex. Boom! Bang! Crash! Divine Emissary Chang's attack descended upon the primal chaos lightning vortex. A normal attack would have been pierced through by Divine Emissary Chang's time attack. But primal chaos energy was extraordinary and could even counter time energy to a certain extent. Swish! At the same time, the primal chaos lightning vortex unleashed a vast layer of tribulation lightning energy that shattered the time blades. Coupled with the weakening of the primal chaos domain, Divine Emissary Chang's attack was unable to break through Zhao Feng's primal chaos lightning vortex. But Zhao Feng had long ago expected this, so he ignored all of this and charged at Divine Emissary Li. Primal Chaos Lock! Zhao Feng brought his hands together. Countless streams of primal chaos energy gathered in the primal chaos domain and revolved around Divine Emissary Li. Scram! Divine Emissary Li roared as he slashed out with his bloody saber. A dazzling beam of crimson light instantly cut a hole through the binding of the streams of primal chaos energy. Primal Chaos Lightning Sword. Zhao Feng had been preparing an eye bloodline technique in his left eye for some time now. Dish! A dark bolt of lightning pierced through Divine Emissary Li's chest. The dreadful primal chaos tribulation lightning energy instantly invaded Divine Emissary Li's body, destroying his divine body and soul. This allowed Divine Emissary Li to break through the primal chaos energy, but not immediately escape. Zhao Feng used this chance to activate the primal chaos lock. Hisses! More and more streams of primal chaos energy gathered, forming a ring of primal chaos energy that locked Divine Emissary Li within. Zhao Feng extended a hand. Swish! Boundless tribulation, lightning energy, descended upon the primal chaos lock. The destructive and paralyzing power of the tribulation lightning and the devouring power of the primal chaos lock assailed Divine Emissary Li, preventing him from escaping for some time. Divine Emissary Li, I've come to save you. Divine Emissary Chang grimaced as he immediately charged at Xiaofeng. But at this moment, countless pitch-black streams of energy surged out of the gloomy primal chaos domain. Swish, swish, countless black thorns of energy shot through the world to wrap around Divine Emissary Chang. At the same time, the pitch-black little thieving cat, radiating a lethal sharpness, shot through the air. But its attack was dodged by Divine Emissary Chang. Shadow race. Divine Emissary Chang's eyes flashed. In this environment, the shadow race truly was able to unleash immense power. But the little thieving cat attacking him was of too low a level. Divine Emissary Chang activated his light race bloodline to dodge the black thorns of energy and get close to Xiaofeng. Moonlight heaven splendor slash. Divine Emissary Chang's body erupted with dazzling white light that pierced through the world, including the primal chaos domain. Bzzz. The dreadful time energy on his arm grew stronger and stronger, the light even more dazzling. At a certain moment, a dazzling white slash of energy poured down from the sky. In a flash, everything in the world seemed to slow down. Bzzz. Xiaofeng immediately used his time law to dispel the influence of Divine Emissary Chang's time law. At the same time, he activated the space-time robe, creating a space-time barrier around the primal chaos lightning vortex. Boom! Bang! Bang! The dazzling white slash of energy descended. The space-time barrier only lasted for a few moments before shattering. After all, the enemy's time energy was extremely powerful and could somewhat counter space-time barriers. Powerful time energy began to act on the primal chaos lightning vortex. The two forces clashed, causing the primal chaos lightning vortex to twist and distort as if it was about to be pierced through. But at this moment, the primal chaos domain began to surge. Hisses! Several primal chaos tentacles appeared in the primal chaos domain and fused with the primal chaos lightning vortex. In a flash, the primal chaos lightning vortex was replenished with primal chaos energy and returned to its peak state, greatly strengthening its defenses. Good. Xiaofeng smiled. He was confident that Divine Emissary Chang wouldn't be able to injure him. Swish! Xiaofeng clenched his hands, instantly condensing two primal chaos tribulation lightning swords and stabbing them into the primal chaos lock. Ah! Divine Emissary Li screamed in pain from within the primal chaos lock. Primal chaos lightning sword. At the same time, Xiaofeng used another eye bloodline technique from his left eye. Boom! In the dim primal chaos domain, a bolt of lightning instantly passed through the primal chaos lock. This primal chaos lightning sword once more dealt a destructive blow to Divine Emissary Li. Explode! Xiaofeng called out. The primal chaos lock and the two primal chaos tribulation lightning swords suddenly surged with forbidden energy. No. Divine Emissary Chang's eyes went wide as he cried out in alarm. But his attack was incapable of harming Xiaofeng, and with the little thieving cat obstructing him from the shadows, Divine Emissary Chang was powerless to save the situation. Bang! Heaven-shaking primal chaos energy swept through the world and gradually dissipated. Divine Emissary Li had already vanished. The god martial race possessed outstanding fighting power and grew fiercer the more they fought. But their survivability was far inferior to that of the light race, so they were much easier to kill. Last time, Xiaofeng had managed to kill Divine Emissary Chang with Twilight Valley's assistance. Now, Xiaofeng had single-handedly killed Divine Emissary Li despite Divine Emissary Chang's interference. Chapter 1531. Many experts around the battlefield were shocked. Xiaofeng had faced two divine emissaries of the heaven-defying faction at the same time, but he had managed to kill one of them. It had to be known that divine emissaries were peak experts of the third heaven. The difficulty of dealing with two divine emissaries working together was self-evident. On the other hand, the people from the Holy Land were overjoyed. After all, the power of a divine emissary was an enormous threat to them. Zhao Feng had only been fighting for a short while when he killed a divine emissary. He's actually so powerful. Divine emissary Chang appeared fearful and apprehensive. The two of them working together had managed to kill divine emissary. Not even the strongest of the 7 divine emissaries, divine emissary Wu, could do this. Now that he was the only one left, wouldn't staying here be equivalent to waiting for death? Whoosh! Divine emissary Cheng's body exuded a strange ripple of light as he transformed into a streak of void god light and fled. You want to leave? Zhao Feng naturally would not let divine emissary Chang go. The heaven-defying faction's divine emissaries had a great influence on the war. Even in the final battle, the divine emissary's power would be crucial. Therefore, if there was a chance, Zhao Feng would not let it go. He would kill everyone he could. Xiao, circulating his space-time law, Zhao Feng shot off in pursuit of divine emissary Chang. As for the little thieving cat, Zhao Feng threw it onto the battlefield. This chaotic situation was perfect for the little thieving cat to fish in troubled waters. With its various abilities, not even a divine emissary would be able to capture it, so Zhao Feng was rather at ease. On the battlefield, 2 auroras shuttled back and forth. The one fleeing at the front was one of the heaven-defying faction's divine emissaries, divine emissary Chang, who possessed the light race bloodline, and Zhao Feng was chasing after him. Moreover, the distance between the two of them was gradually shrinking. Ever since Zhao Feng started cultivating, speed had always been his forte. His speed and technique far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he also possessed the law of space and time. Among them, the law of space had reached the peak of minor mastery, and the law of time had also reached minor mastery. What's going on? This kid's speed. Divine emissary Chang was ghastly pale and drenched in cold sweat. He could clearly feel the pressure and danger approaching him from behind. Swoosh! During the chase, Zhao Feng continuously slashed with the Chaos Thunder Tribulation sword in his hand. Streaks of Chaos Thunder Tribulation, sword light that shook the sky, whistled forward. Divine emissary Chang did not dare to take Zhao Feng's attack head-on and could only dodge. However, Zhao Feng's attack range was extremely large, and it was also filled with the power of space-time laws. When the primal chaos tribulation lightning brushed past divine emissary Chang's shoulder, a space-time law energy would affect him. If not for the fact that divine emissary Chang was extremely skilled in the time law, Zhao Feng would have already caught up to him. At this moment, he was doing his best to resist the space-time laws, but he was still somewhat affected. You will be killed. Divine emissary Chang was horrified. If he died this time, the chances of him being resurrected were too low. There were countless casualties on the battlefield, and the Eye of Samsara at the 3rd heaven level expended a lot of energy to revive a 3rd heaven expert, so he needed to rest for a while. Moreover, this was the final phase of the Heaven Lord's plan. Once the war was over, they would no longer have any value, and whether they could be resurrected was a big question mark. In addition, after being killed twice by Zhao Feng, even if he came back to life, he would be too ashamed to show his face. Save me! Divine emissary Chang immediately flew toward a nearby divine emissary and asked for help. Nearby, a white-robed old woman was fiercely battling with Xian Wuheng. Xian Wuheng had only recently broken into the 3rd heaven, so the white-robed old woman was firmly suppressing him. But at this moment, the white-robed old woman received a message and sensed 2 powerful auras rapidly approaching. The white-robed old woman's expression changed as soon as she looked over. This divine emissary Chang actually lured Zhao Feng to me. The white-robed old woman inwardly cursed. She was a little weaker than Divine Emissary Li and Divine Emissary Chang. Even Divine Emissary Li had been killed by Zhao Feng. If she went to help Divine Emissary Chang, wouldn't that be suicidal? The white-robed old woman immediately retreated into the distance. Xan Wuheng followed up with another attack when he saw this, and an enormous and shocking attack pressed down towards the white-clothed old woman like a tsunami. On the other side, Divine Emissary Chang was infuriated by this sight, thumping his chest and stamping his feet. They were both divine emissaries, but this woman was just watching him die. Primal Chaos Lightning Sword. Zhao Feng seized the opportunity and unleashed a bolt of lightning from his left eye. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion as the dark Primal Chaos Lightning Sword pierced through Divine Emissary Chang's chest. Primal Chaos Tribulation Lightning Energy immediately assailed him. Divine Emissary Chang clutched his chest and hissed. Even with his time body, he could not block Zhao Feng's Primal Chaos Lightning Sword. But in this moment of crisis, Divine Emissary Chang did not dare to linger. He immediately fled and asked for reinforcements. But Divine Emissary Chang discovered that wherever he went, the members of the heaven-defying faction would instinctively avoid him as if he were some sort of plague. Within the sacred land, God King Radiant Peak couldn't help but smile at this sight. Zhao Feng's strength is essentially invincible among third heavens. In my sacred land, no one below the God King level is a match for him. God King Radiant Peak couldn't help but sigh in praise. In truth, there were still 1 or 2 people in the sacred land who could put up a fight against Zhao Feng's current display of strength. But when he considered Zhao Feng's 9th God Eye, God King Radiant Peak said this. On the battlefield, Zhao Feng's actions had intimidated the heaven-defying faction and raised the morale of the sacred land's forces. Not good. That person is getting close to Zhao Feng. God King Radiant Peak was stunned. His divine sense had been covering the entire battlefield this entire time, allowing him to observe the entire situation. Currently, the strongest expert on the heaven-defying faction side was a white-robed old man who looked extremely ordinary. But his strength was anything but ordinary. God King Radiant Peak remembered that this person was also a divine emissary. At this moment, 2 veteran third heaven god lords of the sacred land were working together, but they were no match for this white-robed elder. God King Radiant Peak immediately ordered the god lords of his race to do everything in their power to stop this person. On the battlefield, Divine Emissary Chang had been injured many times, and his robe was in tatters. Killing intent. Zhao Feng's senses suddenly felt a heart-shaking killing intent. Scanning with his left eye, he spotted a white-robed elder. It's him. Zhao Feng's expression flickered. When he was captured by Bai Minghui and brought to the heaven-defying faction, the first person he saw was this ordinary-looking, calm and amiable old man. At the time, Zhao Feng sensed that this person was stronger than Bai Minghui. Later on, he realized that this person was the leader of the 7 divine emissaries. This person isn't easy to deal with. I have to deal with this light race divine emissary first. Zhao Feng's expression became solemn as a terrifying aura surged from his body. Zhao Feng suddenly sped up. Divine Emissary Chang's heart trembled as he activated his light race bloodline and prepared to flee. Dreamification. A dreamy mist appeared from Zhao Feng's left eye, and a strong surge of eye intent spread out. A dazzling dreamy light suddenly appeared over the boundless battlefield. BZZZZ. This dreamy light instantly spread out for more than 100,000 li. Everyone in this area felt their energy drop, and an inexplicable sense of danger emerged in their hearts. Of course, Zhao Feng's primary target was Divine Emissary Chang. In this dreamification world, Divine Emissary Chang was the one most affected. At this moment, his light race bloodline was being suppressed, but this did not affect his ability to use a secret escape art. Extinguish. Zhao Feng's left eye pierced through Divine Emissary Chang's body, taking in everything. His left eye focused on the burning light race bloodline in Divine Emissary Chang's body. At the same time, he circulated his thought power and sent out a powerful thought. Whoosh! In an instant, the burning light race bloodline vanished into thin air. Thus, Divine Emissary Chang's secret art was interrupted. What's going on? My bloodline energy has vanished. Divine Emissary Chang was instantly panicked. This was far too bizarre. Dai. Using this chance, Zhao Feng swung his primal chaos tribulation lightning sword, gathering up vast amounts of worldly energy. 2 huge dark sword slashes filled with boundless thunder and lightning. There was a distorted, devouring force field around them, absorbing all the power in the world. Oh no! Divine Emissary Chang couldn't help but tremble in the face of Zhao Feng's powerful attack. He once more ignited his light race bloodline in an attempt to dodge Zhao Feng's attack. But the bindings of dreamification and the space-time law greatly hindered Divine Emissary Chang's movements. Boom! Bang! The primal chaos tribulation lightning sword exploded, unleashing a destructive shockwave that swept through the surroundings. Everyone in a radius of tens of thousands of li was struck by this invisible shockwave and vomited blood. As the dust settled, a broken figure was revealed in the center. It was the heavily injured Divine Emissary Chang. Although Divine Emissary Chang had not managed to dodge this attack, he had managed to avoid being struck in a vital spot at the crucial moment. At this moment, Zhao Feng, you dare? A furious roar came from the distance. A white-robed elder was still rapidly approaching Zhao Feng despite the obstruction of 2 third heaven god lords. Divine Emissary Wu, save me! Divine Emissary Wu's arrival instantly ignited the despairing Divine Emissary Chang. But Zhao Feng would not allow this to happen. Boom! Dish! Zhao Feng's left eye once more fired off a bolt of lightning that pierced through Divine Emissary Chang's head. At the same time, he circulated his thought power, sending a strange energy into Divine Emissary Chang's body. Whoosh! A moment later, Divine Emissary Chang's body began to dissipate. The moment the primal chaos lightning sword struck him, Divine Emissary Chang's resistance was at its weakest. At this moment, dreamification activated, and Divine Emissary Chang was obliterated by Zhao Feng. At this moment, Divine Emissary Wu approached. Behind Divine Emissary Wu, the 2 god lords of the life sacred land smiled in delight. He's dead now. Zhao Feng turned to Divine Emissary Wu. This Divine Emissary Wu was undoubtedly an invincible expert below the God King level. He was much stronger than the Divine Emissaries Zhao Feng had encountered before. Thus, Zhao Feng had to kill Divine Emissary Chang before he could face this person. Zhao Feng, let's work together to kill this person. The third heaven god, lords of the life sacred land, messaged. 2 veteran third heavens like them were unable to gain any advantage against Divine Emissary Wu, leaving them extremely depressed. But they had seen Zhao Feng's strength. If the 3 of them worked together, they would definitely be able to defeat Divine Emissary Wu. Chapter 1532. Zhao Feng, let's work together to kill this person. The third heaven god, lords of the life sacred land, messaged. Don't do anything. Let me deal with him alone. Zhao Feng flatly said, What? The god lords of the sacred land were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to their toes. Zhao Feng was too arrogant. The 2 of them couldn't deal with this person. But Zhao Feng said that he could deal with him alone? Was he looking down on them? The life sacred land's victory is the most important right now. Zhao Feng added. The 2 third heaven god lords thought for a moment and then nodded. In the current situation, even with the help of Zhao Feng's group, the sacred land was still in a disadvantageous position. If Zhao Feng could hold down Elder Wu, The two-third heaven god lords would be able to relieve some of the pressure on the battlefield and reverse the tide of the battle. Third heavens were top-class fighting powers. If two-third heavens were suddenly freed up, they would have a massive effect on the entire battle. Then be careful, the green-haired elder warned, and then the two of them began to withdraw. Divine Emissary Wu and Zhao Feng faced off against each other. The area for tens of thousands of li around them was empty. This Wu must admire your courage. You actually dare to face me alone. Divine Emissary Wu gave a sinister smile. Zhao Feng said nothing, but he was brimming with fighting intent. He had killed Divine Emissary Chang twice, and Divine Emissary Li and Baiming Hui had also been killed by Zhao Feng. Ordinary divine emissaries were no longer able to arouse Zhao Feng's interest. He needed an evenly matched battle, one that could even put a little pressure on him. Only this way could he stimulate the potential of his ninth god eye. After all, Zhao Feng was already at the peak of the second heaven and was not far from being able to use the full power of his god eye. You will pay a grievous price for your arrogance. Divine Emissary Wu's face turned extremely cold, and an evil killing intent began to radiate from him, causing the entire world to darken. Boom! An ancient and tyrannical bloodline energy erupted from his body, exuding an evil and awe-inspiring aura that grew stronger and stronger. This bloodline energy soared into the sky, accompanied by black-violet energy that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Buzz! This bloodline energy, the black-violet energy, gathered around Divine Emissary Wu. At the same time, Divine Emissary Wu's body, skin, and appearance began to change as he fused with the energy. What's going on? Within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, everyone was intimidated by this bloodline power. The bloodlines in their bodies trembled incessantly, unable to circulate. Fear rose from the depths of their bloodline. The divine emissaries of the heaven-defying faction were taken aback. Divine Emissary Wu is going all out. One of the reasons Divine Emissary Wu was the strongest of the 7 divine emissaries was because he had fused with this powerful bloodline. Such a powerful bloodline power. Zhao Feng's heart tightened and his face darkened. At this moment, the chaotic force in his body trembled slightly. The dreamy silver ball in the God Eye dimension also began to stir restlessly. Within the life-sacred land, God King, Radiant Peak, and the Life God were also moved. This tyrannical and evil bloodline power should belong to the demon god race, ranked fourth among the 10,000 ancient races. God King, Radiant Peak's heart sank. The demon god race, ranked fourth among the 10,000 ancient races, was a terrifying race that also possessed god-devil bodies. It was rumored that in the ancient era, this race had challenged the number 1 ancient race many times, but each time it ended in defeat. No matter what, the demon god race was definitely the strongest fighting race beneath the ancient race. The demon god race? Zhao Feng recalled the 4th ranked race of the ancient races. With the demon god race bloodline, I'm not much weaker than you, who can't use the full power of the god eye. But the difference in cultivation is obvious. You will definitely lose to me. Divine Emissary Wu's expression was calm, his black and violet god-devil body exuding a tyrannical evil devil intent that suppressed his surroundings. Then let's try. Zhao Feng felt an enormous pressure, and a desire to fight ignited in his heart. Back when Zhao Feng encountered Yu Heng, who possessed the ancient race bloodline, his god spiritual eye had undergone a metamorphosis. This time, Divine Emissary Wu's demon god race bloodline seemed to have some effect on the god's spiritual eye. Haha! Divine Emissary Wu savagely laughed. At this moment, his every movement exuded a tyrannical, demonic Tao aura. He was like a peerless demon god, completely different from his ordinary demeanor. Demonic Heaven Palm. Divine Emissary Wu suddenly attacked, a black and violet light condensing in his right hand and thrusting it forward. Boom! A black and violet palm, seething with demonic energy and peerless tyranny, shot toward Zhao Feng. In the face of this attack, Zhao Feng flipped his palm, revealing a dark metal fragment. This was the Primal Chaos Ancestral Artifact Fragment. In his battle with Divine Emissary Li and Divine Emissary Chang, Zhao Feng had not used it because they did not have the qualifications for Zhao Feng to use it. As he gripped the Ancestral Artifact Fragment, Primal Chaos Energy and Tribulation Lightning Energy surged out, condensing into a massive Primal Chaos Tribulation Lightning Sword. Boom! Bang! The two collided, their terrifying energies eating away at each other. A storm of black and purple lightning swept out in all directions, startling everyone. What a powerful energy! Zhao Feng gripped the Primal Chaos Tribulation Lightning Sword with both hands, but he still found it extremely difficult to do so. If he didn't have Primal Chaos Energy and Tribulation Lightning Energy, he wouldn't even have the ability to fight against Divine Emissary Wu. Not bad. Even without using the power of the God Eye, you can still fight against me. Divine Emissary Wu heartily laughed, his aura intimidating. Go! Zhao Feng activated the space-time robes, 2 space ancestral artifact fragments, and 1 time ancestral artifact fragment. Swish! Swish! A gigantic silver blade slashed out and cut through the purplish-black Godfiend's palm. At the same time, the Primal Chaos Tribulation Lightning Sword slashed through it. Zhao Feng immediately used the devouring element of Primal Chaos Energy to absorb this demon god race energy. Deish! The silver blade pierced through the air toward Divine Emissary Wu. Humph! Divine Emissary Wu coldly snorted and unleashed a tyrannical demonic Tao energy. The black and violet mist around his body twisted and danced. When the void silver blade slashed down, it was ravaged by a powerful force, and its power gradually weakened. Kakrak! The dimmed silver blade cut into Divine Emissary Wu's divine body, but as it continued to cut through, the power of the silver blade rapidly weakened until it eventually vanished. The wound on Divine Emissary Wu's body healed in less than a second. Although the god-demon body of the demon god race can't compare to that of the ancient race, it's still extraordinary. Divine Emissary Wu heartily laughed. Invincible in both offense and defense, Zhao Feng couldn't do anything to him. Deish! The space beneath Divine Emissary Wu's feet suddenly twisted. With a thump, Divine Emissary Wu charged forward, rapidly approaching Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was naturally not stupid enough to fight against the god-demon body of Divine Emissary Wu. He activated his space-time law and dodged. As he dodged, Zhao Feng swung his Primal Chaos Tribulation Lightning Sword. Boom! Bang! The sword struck the black and violet figure of Divine Emissary Wu, causing him to pause and a bloody wound to appear on his shoulder. He got stronger? Did he absorb my tenebrous fiend energy? Divine Emissary Wu's expression darkened. The wound on his shoulder exuded a black and violet energy that slowly healed. But that wasn't important. Even if Zhao Feng's attack increased by another level, it would still be of little use against the god-demon body. Demonic Heaven Palm. Divine Emissary Wu gathered up his tenebrous fiend energy and once more unleashed a domineering palm of black and violet energy. Primal Chaos Domain. Zhao Feng unleashed vast amounts of primal chaos energy, turning this region of the world into a gloomy world of primal chaos. As the demonic heaven palm descended, Zhao Feng used all the energy of the primal chaos domain to fight back. Boom! Bang! Crash! The battle between the two became a forbidden ground on the battlefield. Just watching this terrifying storm from a distance was enough to make one's soul tremble. Dreamification. Zhao Feng grimaced as he mobilized his origin energy. Passively taking a beating was not his style. In a flash, the forbidden region was covered in dazzling, dreamy colors. The god-demon palm was instantly weakened. Bang! Using the power of the primal chaos tribulation, lightning sword, and the primal chaos domain, Zhao Feng shattered it in a single blow. At the same time, divine emissary Wu attacked Zhao Feng. Within the dreamification domain, even divine emissary Wu's god-demon body was somewhat affected. By relying on the weakening of dreamification and the primal chaos domain, Zhao Feng engaged in a brief clash with divine emissary Wu. Primal chaos energy was powerful on offense, but it was also suitable for defense. Moreover, Zhao Feng specialized in speed, so he was evenly matched against divine emissary Wu. Tenebrous demon god hand. Divine emissary Wu furrowed his brow as he circulated his tenebrous fiend energy and fired off a palm. He was also rather confused. Although his demon god race bloodline fusion rate was only 50%, he did not seem to be very resistant to Zhao Feng's dreamification power. And with the interference of the primal chaos domain, he felt like he was fighting in a quagmire. Thus, he gathered up his energy and unleashed a supreme attack. The palm of the demon god, which was surrounded by black and purple gas, was like a huge mountain. It came crashing down, shaking the heavens and the earth. I was just waiting for this. Zhao Feng's left eye immediately focused on divine emissary Wu's attack. God, I duplication. Zhao Feng's left eye unleashed a dreamy mist that engulfed the demon god hand. Only by duplicating an enemy's supreme technique could one effectively strike the enemy. As he duplicated this move, Zhao Feng circulated the energy of the primal chaos domain to do his best to obstruct the palm. It's useless. Divine emissary Wu laughed, his voice brimming with tyranny. Boom! Bang! Crash! The demon god hand obliterated all the obstructing primal chaos energy. But at this moment, the ripples from Zhao Feng's left eye receded, because the duplication was complete. God, I illusory oblivion. Zhao Feng once more used his dream origin eye bloodline technique. The demon god hand gradually began to glow with an even more dazzling dreamy light. But a moment later, this dazzling and beautiful demon god hand began to fade away. What? My attack! Divine emissary Wu was stunned. Although he knew that Zhao Feng had this ability, he hadn't expected it to also be effective against his tenebrous fiend energy. Primal chaos, divine sword. Lightning flashed from Zhao Feng's left eye, and a primal chaos lightning sword shot forward. Divine emissary Wu's expression darkened as he thrust his palm forward. God eye duplication. Tenebrous demon god hand. Zhao Feng's soul intent left his body. At the same time, a dreamy silver eye appeared in the sky behind divine emissary Wu. Buzz! Bzz. A dreamy mist began to spread, and then a massive demon god hand, surging with demonic energy, flew out of the mist. Not good. Divine emissary Wu grimaced. He extended his other hand, unleashing black-violet energy that condensed into a thick black-violet wall. Boom! Bang! Crash! The tenebrous demon hand and the primal chaos lightning sword struck divine emissary Wu from both sides. The black-violet demonic energy and primal chaos lightning sword exploded, tearing several large holes in space. Many people on the battlefield were attracted by the battle between Zhao Feng and divine emissary Wu. I didn't think that Zhao Feng could fight divine emissary Wu to a standstill. The remaining divine emissaries were all stunned. What's the situation? Xian Wuheng was even more worried about the situation. Could Zhao Feng defeat the strongest divine emissary? Chapter 1533. Many people on the battlefield were attracted by the battle between Zhao Feng and divine emissary Wu. This was essentially a clash between the two strongest experts on the battlefield. The Life Sacred Land, God King Radiant Peak, and the Life God were also paying close attention to this battle. Whether Zhao Feng wins or loses, it's enough as long as he can hold down the demon god race expert. God King Radiant Peak took in a deep breath. Zhao Feng, single-handedly holding back divine emissary Wu, allowed the two veteran third heavens of the sacred land to take action. The pressure on the sacred land side was greatly reduced, and they were gradually turning the tables. The battle between the life-sacred land and the heaven-defying faction was now evenly matched. Brum! At the center of the explosion, space shattered and black-violet lightning wreaked havoc. Divine Emissary Wu's back was in tatters, and a hole had appeared in his chest. This wound was rather difficult to heal. The defenses he had hastily built up were ultimately unable to block the tenebrous god-demon hand. In addition, Divine Emissary Wu was even more shocked that Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique had been able to inflict so much damage on him. Logically speaking, although an eye bloodline technique of this level was powerful, it should at most be able to inflict minor wounds that could be healed in a few moments. However, the actual situation was that the chaotic lightning sword's attack had penetrated his god-fiend body and caused him great injuries. Furthermore, the injuries were rather difficult to heal. Could it be because of the ninth god eye? Divine Emissary Wu's expression darkened. At this moment, Divine Emissary Wu once more sensed danger. Dish! A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. Another primal chaos lightning sword stabbed into Divine Emissary Wu's body. Zhao Feng's left eye could see everything. He realized that his eye bloodline technique was rather effective against Divine Emissary Wu's god-demon body. Thus, he once more used his eye bloodline technique. Divine Emissary Wu, who had suffered the first round of attacks, was struck once more. Hiss! Divine Emissary Wu couldn't help but scream. It had been a very long time since he had experienced such pain. I have to defeat this boy as quickly as possible. Divine Emissary Wu's face turned grave. Boom! Divine Emissary Wu charged out of the explosion, his tyrannical demonic intent charging at Zhao Feng. It seems like the dream god eye is more effective against you. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. The dream god eye had long ago reached the god eye level, and it was being perfected in every aspect, allowing Zhao Feng to constantly utilize its abilities. Any eye bloodline technique that Zhao Feng used using the dream god eye would contain the origin energy of the dream god eye. Perhaps it was because of this that Zhao Feng's ocular technique had an unexpected effect on god-fiend bodies. In addition, perhaps Zhao Feng's will was also involved. He hoped that his eye bloodline technique would be effective against Divine Emissary Wu, and this wish was magnified to the greatest degree. Zhao Feng retreated. At the same time, he activated the ability realization. Zhao Feng had already perfected some of the low-rank ocular techniques in the past. He didn't even need to circulate them himself. He could use his realization ability to complete them in an instant. Many of these were instant eye bloodline techniques that landed on Divine Emissary Wu's body. Boom! Bang! A series of eye bloodline techniques struck Divine Emissary Wu, dealing him a massive blow. Junior! You! Divine Emissary Wu's face froze. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique was simply too fast. It didn't even seem like he had to expend much effort. While using eye bloodline techniques, he maintained a certain distance from Divine Emissary Wu. Primal Chaos Lightning Sword. Zhao Feng's left eye once more fired off a dark bolt of lightning. The moment he used the Primal Chaos Lightning Sword, his left eye once more began to exude a dazzling, dreamy hue. Power increased. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on the Primal Chaos Lightning Sword as he circulated his thought power into an intense thought. In a flash, the Primal Chaos Lightning Sword grew larger, its lightning even more dazzling, and its aura even more terrifying. Boom! Plush! The strengthened Primal Chaos Lightning Sword slammed into Divine Emissary Wu's chest, punching a large hole in his black-violet skin. Divine Emissary Wu's face turned red as he vomited blood, but the evil aura on his body only grew stronger and stronger, stirring the world and even affecting the minds of the people on the battlefield. The demon god race was a powerful fighting race. The greater the hatred and evil in their hearts, the greater the power they could unleash. Fiendish demonic eye. Divine emissary Wu gathered his demonic Tao energy in his eyes and unleashed it. It was rumored that the demon god race possessed a pair of demonic eyes that could demonize a person, making them bloodthirsty, irrational, and inhumane. Kaboom! A tyrannical black-violet energy surged toward Xiao Feng. Divine emissary Wu's fiendish demonic eye was a soul and will attack. It moved with incredible speed and instantly struck Xiao Feng's body. Xiao Feng felt a little dizzy, his soul invaded by evil energy, and evil thoughts began to rise in his mind. When a person truly developed an extremely terrifying evil thought, it was very difficult to control it with one's own will. But Xiao Feng was no ordinary person. Disappear! Disappear! His powerful will allowed him to maintain some clarity of mind and circulate his realization energy. A strange, dreamy hue began to spread through his lightning soul body. Gradually, the evil thoughts in Xiao Feng's mind began to fade. In the distance, seeing that his attack had succeeded, Divine Emissary Wu rapidly approached Xiao Feng. Suddenly, Xiao Feng opened his cold eyes and stared at Divine Emissary Wu. Blazing Soul Devil Eye. A dark red eye intent immediately shot toward Divine Emissary Wu. The blazing Soul Devil Eye could penetrate through the flaws in a person's mind and magnify them, affecting their senses and making them see all sorts of fearful scenes. Divine Emissary Wu was extremely experienced and immediately recognized the type of eye bloodline technique. He immediately fortified his mind and resisted the invasion of this energy. Moreover, his soul and divine body were one, so he was extremely resistant to this energy. But no matter how perfect a defense was, under the power of come true, a small gap could be opened up. Circulating the power of realization dream, Xiao Feng sent a sliver of eye intent into Divine Emissary Wu's body. Divine Emissary Wu's body immediately trembled, and he began to exude a chaotic, demonic Tao energy. The demon god race was an extremely crazy race with enormous desires. Just a tiny bit of Xiao Feng's eye bloodline technique could greatly affect Divine Emissary Wu, disturbing his mind and mind. Xiao Feng used this chance to fiercely attack Divine Emissary Wu. Boom! Bang! He gripped the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword and madly slashed at Divine Emissary Wu. Divine Emissary Wu's mind and senses were confused, making it difficult for him to accurately counterattack. Boom! Bang! Crash! Attacks rained down on Divine Emissary Wu, primal chaos and tribulation lightning energy constantly assailing him. Divine Emissary Wu's bloodline energy was gradually weakening, and the effect of Xiao Feng's eye bloodline technique had already faded. But at this moment, Divine Emissary Wu knew that he was no match for Xiao Feng. Dish! Divine Emissary Wu immediately retreated. Divine Emissary Wu's defeat caused the members of the Life Sacred Land to cheer. The morale of the Life Sacred Land soared while the experts of the heaven-defying faction were stunned. They found it rather hard to believe that Divine Emissary Wu had lost to a peak second heaven. This old scoundrel is rather smart. Xiao Feng did not pursue. Divine Emissary Wu was still in his demon god race form. His defenses were extremely formidable and difficult to kill. If Divine Emissary Wu lost his mind in rage and decided to fight to the death with Xiao Feng until his demon god race bloodline ran out, Xiao Feng would definitely do his utmost to kill him. After a series of battles, Xiao Feng decided to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield. The heaven-defying faction definitely has some unfathomable trump card. Xiao Feng remained calm. Otherwise, the heaven-defying faction would never have so easily attacked a sacred land presided over by God. Haha, young friend Zhao, you are truly a peerless hero. God King Radiant Peak happily laughed. He had originally believed that as long as Xiao Feng could hold down divine emissary Wu, the heaven-defying faction would be able to free up 2 third heaven god lords and gradually reverse the situation. But to his surprise, Xiao Feng had not only succeeded, but had even defeated divine emissary Wu. This caused the morale of the sacred land to explode, reversing their previous weakness and giving them a slight advantage. As the battle continued, this advantage would only continue to grow. Xiao Feng stood on the side and began to recover from the mental exhaustion. The battle would not end like this. He needed to maintain his peak condition at all times. Outside the life-sacred land, fierce battles raged on all sides. The life-sacred land had already pushed back the heaven-defying faction for 10,000 li. A sacred land truly is a sacred land. The heaven lord proudly stood in the sky and suddenly spoke. The life god said nothing. At the very least, she did not believe that the battle would end so easily. The life-sacred land has helpers, and we also have many allies. They've been impatient to join the battle for a long time now. The heaven lord heartily laughed. These words caused the life god and god king, Radiant Peak, to turn grim. The heaven-defying faction actually had allies? This truly was bad news. Buzz! BZZZ! Space law rippled in the air, causing the world to twist. Gradually, a few figures appeared from within it. The leader was a black-robed elder, his pitch-black hair like a waterfall, his eyes cold and sinister. A supreme energy that could shake the heavens spread out, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. God King! The god lords on the battlefield blurted out in shock. It was finally the turn of the god kings to take the field. Isn't this person the illusion god, sacred lands god king Nethercloud? God King Radiant Peak's eyes froze. God King Nethercloud was a god king expert of the Chixing Zone's sacred land. He was extremely famous, and God King Radiant Peak had met him several times. The members behind God King Nethercloud were almost all god lords of the Illusion God race bloodline. Illusion God, Sacred Land, God King Nethercloud? Xiao Feng was taken aback. Wasn't it said that the heaven-defying faction had conquered the Illusion God, Sacred Land? It seemed like things were not as simple as they seemed. At this moment, the Life Sovereign's brow furrowed slightly. The enemies that had just appeared included God King Nethercloud and a small number of the upper echelon members of the Illusion God, Sacred Land. If this faction entered the battle, the advantage that the Life Sacred Land had just established would instantly vanish. It's not over yet, haha. The Heaven Lord's voice rang out once more. Swish! Another spatial passage appeared in the air. An illusory figure dashed out from within and instantly grew in size, as if it had turned into a giant mountain. This massive figure was pitch black, its body like that of a Qilin, and its body was covered in many evil images. On its neck, there were 9 ferocious beast heads with many deep purple eyes that emitted an evil light that could take one's soul away. Roar! The 9 heads of this strange ancient beast opened their mouths and let out roars that seemed to come from the underworld. The 9 heads were abnormally agile, and their violet eyes stared at various parts of the battlefield, exuding a dreadful energy. Chapter 1534. The arrival of the illusory god, race's godly monarch, and the ferocious and terrifying ancient beast immediately shocked the entire battlefield. Even God King Radiant Peak and the Life God furrowed their brows. Could this ancient beast be the Nightmare Beast King, suppressed in the Illusion God Sacred Land? As God King Radiant Peak guessed at this ancient beast's origins, he became even more uneasy. One God King Radiant Peak was hard enough to deal with, and now that the Nightmare Beast King was here, it would be even harder to deal with. In terms of Dream Dao abilities, the Nightmare Beast King definitely surpassed the Illusion God race in this aspect. However, wasn't this Nightmare Beast King sealed in the Illusion God Holy Land because it refused to submit? Could it be that it had been tamed now? The Nightmare Beast King and God King Nethercloud have probably been controlled. A glimmer of light flashed through the Life Sovereign's eyes. That's right. Zhao Feng's left. I was also focused on God King Nethercloud's group and the Nightmare Beast King. He could see that these people, including the Nightmare Beast King, had strange soul marks as well as soul array formations within their bodies. They had probably been controlled by the Heaven-defying faction, and had no choice but to do as the Heaven-defying faction said. But the Heaven Lord and the Left Protector showed no signs of abnormality. In other words, the other experts hiding in the Heaven-defying faction's divine kingdom were controlling everything. Shio! With a sorrowful sigh, God King Nethercloud flashed into the battlefield. The other members of the Illusion God tribe also attacked immediately. So. Seeing this, the members of the Holy Lands immediately retreated. Not even a third Heaven God Lord would dare to recklessly fight against a God King. Boom! A powerful wave of divine power came crashing down. The ground collapsed and thousands of people died in an instant. Everything within it vanished into thin air. When a god monarch attacked, the members of the sacred land could not resist at all. They could only be slaughtered. Lord Juggernaut, we can only return to defend now. God King Radiant Peak grimaced and asked the Life God for instructions. The sudden appearance of the Illusion God Race God King and the Nightmare Beast King was already beyond the scope of the sacred land's ability to deal with. Unless God King Radiant Peak or the Life God took action, they would not be able to fight back. Don't worry, a friend of mine is rushing over. The Life Sovereign said calmly. Unless absolutely necessary, the Life Sacred Land would never retreat and defend. God King Radiant Peak rejoiced. Anyone who could be called a friend of the Life God could not be too weak. Shio! A green spot of light shot out of the Life God's forehead and floated to the core of the Tree of Life. There were 18 Formation Masters controlling the sacred ground's grand formation together. The green speck of light released by the Life God entered the mind of one of the Formation Masters. There are outsiders entering the Holy Land at these coordinates. Let them in. The 18 Formation Masters shared this information and started to operate the formation. Wang, Shua. Suddenly, a deep spatial passage appeared in the Holy Land, and a golden figure leaped out from it. Taking a closer look, this person was dressed in a golden kasaya that exuded a dazzling golden Buddhist radiance that seemed to be able to dispel all evil. Master Niu Wu. God King Radiant Peak recognized this person. Grand Master Incomparable was a God King expert from a Buddhist holy land in the southern part of the ancient desolate realm of gods. Back then, Grandmaster Limitless was pursued by a godly king of the demonic Tao. The two of them battled for 100 days before the godly king of the demonic Tao chose to perish together with Grandmaster Limitless. However, Grandmaster Emptiness was more skilled, and he managed to preserve a wisp of his soul essence. Afterwards, under the Life God's treatment, he recovered from his injuries in less than 100 years. Master Liao Wu looked at the battlefield outside the sacred ground and revealed a look of pity. Please, Nihility, make your move. The Life God's warm voice resounded. This is what this lowly monk should do. Master Liao Wu's expression was fearless as he charged out. Easy. Boom, boom. Buddhist light erupted outside the sacred land, and a strange and profound golden Buddhist character rumbled toward God King Nethercloud. God King Nethercloud was no pushover. His body transformed into a 5-colored cloud as he battled with Master Niu Wu. The battle between two God Kings shook the universe. The nearby people began to retreat, not daring to approach the God King battlefield. Fortunately, Grandmaster Niu Wu made it in time. God King Radiant Peak broke out in a cold sweat. If Grandmaster Niu Wu had not come, he would have been the only one left. However, the Heaven Lord still had an unfathomable protector who had yet to take action. If this God King suddenly intervened while God King Radiant Peak and God King Nethercloud were fighting, the situation would be very bad. but this nightmare beast king. One of the upper echelon members of the Sacred Land had an extremely grim expression. God King Nethercloud had been held down by Grandmaster Nu. But what about the Nightmare Beast King? The Nightmare Beast King's cultivation was extremely close to that of a God King, and its Dream Dao abilities were extremely powerful area of effect attacks. On the battlefield, roar! The Nightmare Beast King's 9 heads savagely roared and unleashed a dark halo of light. This dark halo was like a curtain of darkness that engulfed the world. Anyone who was affected by this dark halo would have their mind thrown into chaos, and their ability to control their body would be affected. Those with even lower cultivations would freeze and struggle on their faces. After a few moments, they calmed down and dropped to the ground, clearly caught in a nightmare. What terrifying power! Twilight Valley was alarmed. The Nightmare Beast King's power covered almost half the battlefield, but even so, it was still extremely powerful. However, the Nightmare Beast King's power did not distinguish between friend and foe. Even the members of the Heaven-Defying faction were affected. However, the Nightmare Beast King's attack range was mostly on the Life Sacred Land side, causing more people to be affected. What do we do? God King Radiant Peak was worried. Other than him and the Life God, no one else in the Sacred Land could deal with the Nightmare Beast King. Let me. Zhao Feng suddenly said. Zhao Feng, don't act recklessly. This Nightmare Beast King is close to the God King level, much stronger than the Demon God race expert from before, and its divine abilities are impossible to defend against. God King Radiant Peak immediately said. Zhao Feng was also an important fighting force of the Life Sacred Land at this time. He could not be easily lost. Relax. I won't clash with it directly. With these words, Zhao Feng charged forward. Meow meow. On Zhao Feng's shoulder, the little thieving cat looked at the Nightmare Beast King and gestured to Zhao Feng. This Nightmare Beast King had been sealed by the illusion god Sacred Land for countless years and was now under the control of the Heaven-Defying faction. It was also fighting against the seal and array binding its body. Dish! Zhao Feng arrived on the battlefield and activated his god's spiritual eye, unleashing a cold blue mist of light. This mist exuded a cold and serene soul energy that engulfed the battlefield. In a flash, the souls of those shrouded in this blue mist returned to normal. As for those who had fallen into the dreamland, they were also awakened by this ice-cold soul aura. Those of the Heaven-Defying faction who had been affected by the Nightmare Beast King had no one to help them. In this way, the Nightmare Beast King did not affect the Life Sacred Land much, but the Heaven-Defying faction. This brat! The Protector grunted. Don't be in such a rush. The Heaven Lord calmly smiled. On the battlefield, roar! The 9 heads of the Nightmare Beast King raised their heads to the sky and roared, exuding a soul energy that could shake the world. The deep purple eyes on the 9 heads immediately emitted a breathtaking, illusory halo. The deep purple illusory halo gradually interweaved into 9 balls of light mist, bursting out. This is the Nightmare Beast King's divine ability, the 1000 Devil Nightmare. Once caught in it, anyone of the same level will have no chance of escaping. They will forever be trapped in this dreadful nightmare, and everything that happens in their nightmares will even affect them in reality. On the Sacred Land side, God King Radiant Peak grimaced. This divine ability of the Nightmare Beast King was a manifestation of dream and reality. The effects of a dream would be reflected in reality. Swoosh, swoosh! This ball of dark violet mist traveled at a speed that ordinary people would find difficult to react to. In a certain part of the battlefield, a second Heaven God Lord sensed the approach of this purple mist and immediately retreated. But this mist followed him, making it impossible for him to escape. Swish! This dark purple mist entered the mind of this second Heaven God Lord. In a flash, this second Heaven God Lord was plunged into the 1000 Devil Nightmare. In reality, he stood in a daze. At the same time, several other balls of mist landed on the Sacred Land's battlefield, each of them plunging one or more members into the Thousand Devil Nightmare. It's so similar to my intrusive dream. Perhaps I can break this Thousand Devil Nightmare. Zhao Feng's expression flickered as he activated his left eye. As he circulated his dream origin energy, Zhao Feng's left eye immediately began to exude a dazzling halo of dreamy light, creating an inexplicable attractive force. Wherever Zhao Feng's eye reached, the minds of all living beings would be pulled in by Zhao Feng's left eye. Enemies on the same level as Zhao Feng's soul intent were essentially incapable of resisting this intrusive dream ability. But at this moment, Zhao Feng's intrusive dream had a truly large range, encompassing tens of thousands, perhaps even more than 100,000 people. This caused the attractive force of intrusive dream to lessen. Ordinary first and second heaven god lords would be able to resist it as long as they didn't look at Zhao Feng's left eye. Of course, Zhao Feng was not doing this to torture and kill low-level experts, but to save the god lords of his side who were trapped in the Thousand Devil Nightmare. After all, the rival of the illusion god race was gradually putting the life sacred land in a disadvantageous position. If these god lords were to lose their fighting power, the life sacred land would suffer a massive blow. Intrusive dream. Zhao Feng's left eye first locked onto some of the god lords who had fallen into the Thousand Devil Nightmare. These people were already in the dream dimension and had no way to resist. They were instantly pulled into the dream dimension that Zhao Feng had created. Of course, besides these people, there were also some people who were powerless to resist and were pulled into the dream dimension by Zhao Feng. There are several hundred people in the dream dimension. Zhao Feng immediately killed all the enemies and drove his own people away. In the end, only 4 people were left in the Thousand Devil Nightmare. These people stood in a daze, their bodies trembling as fear, panic, or sorrow appeared on their faces. "Ha! In this place, everything is up to me." Zhao Feng faintly smiled. Although these people were still in the Thousand Devil Nightmare, they were also in Zhao Feng's dream dimension, essentially a dream within a dream. "Awaken!" Zhao Feng called out. Thus, all of this was realized. The 4 people in Zhao Feng's dream dimension woke up from the nightmare. What's going on? The 4 of them were perplexed and fearful. The nightmares they had just experienced seemed real. Zhao Feng couldn't be bothered to explain and drove these people out of the dream dimension. In the outside world, several hundred enemy members suddenly self-detonated. The god lords of the sacred land who had fallen into the Thousand Devil Nightmare suddenly woke up. This sight attracted the attention of many people, including the upper echelon members of the enemy faction. This is Dream Dao energy. I didn't think that Zhao Feng's Dream Dao energy could fight against the Nightmare Beast King. God King Radiant Peak was rather taken aback. In the distance, the 9 heads of the Nightmare Beast King also stared at Zhao Feng in confusion and hostility. Chapter 1535. After rescuing some of the god lords of the sacred land trapped in the Thousand Devil Nightmare, Zhao Feng immediately went to the other side. Intrusive dream was used once more, and nearly 1,000 people were pulled into Zhao Feng's dream dimension. Zhao Feng killed the enemy members and drove the conscious members of his side out of the dream dimension. In the end, only the people trapped in the Thousand Devil Nightmare remained. Shattered dream. Zhao Feng circulated his thought power, instantly shattering the nightmare and rescuing them. That nightmare just now, what was going on? Several people woke up, their bodies drenched in cold sweat and trembling. The horrifying scenes they had experienced before were like real, imprisoning them and torturing their minds. By driving these people out of the dream dimension, the Nightmare Beast King's powerful ability was completely nullified. I didn't think that Zhao Feng would have such powerful Dream Dao energy. God King Radiant Peak was rather excited. This might be the domain that his ninth god, eye, specializes in. The life god's ethereal voice resounded. She had been paying attention to Zhao Feng's ninth god, eye, this entire time, so she had a rough idea of the dream god, eye's abilities. Quite a few more people are coming. The life god pointed out with her slender finger, creating a green dot of light that floated to the 18 array masters in the life tree. A little while later, these array masters once more activated the teleportation channel. Swoosh, swoosh, several figures flew out, including 3 third heaven god lords and 4 second heaven god lords. Everyone, please go, the life god gently said. The people who had just arrived quickly entered the battlefield. Good. The situation is gradually stabilizing. Victory is ours. God King Radiant Peak rejoiced. The life sacred land had built many relationships, and countless people had been cured of illness and heavy injuries by the sacred land. As time passed, the life sacred land would only get stronger and stronger. When that time came, no matter how many tricks the heaven-defying faction had, it would still lose. The flames of war soared around the life sacred land. After dispelling the Nightmare Beast King's ability, Zhao Feng prepared to enter the battlefield and kill the enemy experts. But at this moment, Zhao Feng sensed a powerful hostility. Nightmare Beast King? Zhao Feng was shocked. In the distance, the Nightmare Beast King's 9 heads were all staring at him. Each head had a deep purple eye that emitted a frightening cold light. Kid, your Dream Dao ability is not bad. The Nightmare Beast King's 9 heads emitted a sinister howl. 9 different voices overlapped with each other, sending chills down one's spine and making one's hair stand on end. Eat him and steal his power. Let him experience the most terrifying nightmare in this world. The heads started to talk among themselves. Show! Suddenly, the mountain-like Nightmare Beast King turned into a dark ray of light that flashed through the world and attacked Zhao Feng. Not good. Zhao Feng was slightly shocked and immediately retreated. The Nightmare Beast King's cultivation level was close to that of a God King. Even if it didn't use its Dream Path abilities, it was still extremely powerful. Boom! The Nightmare Beast King flew forwards, shattering Zhao Feng's afterimage. At the same time, a dark purple mist emitted from its body and spread across the battlefield. This dark purple fog was the nightmare fog that the Nightmare Beast King emitted. Anyone that approached the Nightmare Beast King would be affected by this fog. If one were to stay within this nightmare fog for a long period of time, then even someone with a formidable soul and would find it difficult to escape. Scram! As Zhao Feng retreated, he swung his arm and threw out an enormous primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. Boom! The Nightmare Beast King's body was incomparably large. It was unable to dodge and was pierced by the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. But at this moment, the Nightmare Beast King's body emitted a dark halo. In this instant, the space within 100,000 li was permeated by this strange power. In this space, the Nightmare Beast King's aura underwent a shocking change. The 9 heads' necks suddenly lengthened and devoured the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword on its body. This is the power of the Dream Dao. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed slightly. Just now, the Nightmare Beast King had fused its dream dimension with the surrounding space. In the dream dimension, its strength had been strengthened, allowing it to easily shatter the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword and even eat it without much effect. Brat die. The Nightmare Beast King's 9 heads raised their heads to the sky and roared, exuding a sold-out energy that could shake the world. The deep purple eyes on the 9 heads immediately emitted a breathtaking, illusory halo. The deep purple illusory halo gradually interweaved into 9 balls of light mist and shot out. This time, the Nightmare Beast King used the divine ability, Thousand Devil Nightmare, once more. Moreover, the target of these 9 balls of mist was Zhao Feng. Whoosh! 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 The 9 balls of mist flew through the air toward Zhao Feng. Not good. Zhao Feng's in bad shape. In the sacred land, God King Radiant Peak's expression tightened. The Nightmare Beast King's Dream Dao abilities were something that even people of the same level feared. If the 9,000 devil nightmares struck one person at the same time, not even Zhao Feng, who was skilled in the Dream Dao, would be able to do anything. After all, Zhao Feng's cultivation and soul intent were still rather lacking compared to the Nightmare Beast King's. Hurry and provide reinforcements, God King Radiant Peak ordered. In the distance, the 9 balls of mist were flying toward him. Zhao Feng's expression was extremely grave. He didn't know if his intrusive dream could block this attack, but if it failed, he would fall into the 1,000 devil nightmare and be at the mercy of the enemy. Thus, Zhao Feng did not use intrusive dream to gamble on whether he could block it or not. Dreamification. Zhao Feng's left eye flashed with dreamy light as it began to unleash layers of dreamy mist. In a flash, the area for more than 100,000 li around Zhao Feng was covered in dreamy colors. His thought power gathered in front of him. The 9 balls of dark purple illusory mist were immediately affected by a strange power, and their speed and power were reduced. Extinguish. Zhao Feng circulated his thought power. Whoosh! The purple mist at the very front began to shatter from head to toe. Soon after, this mysterious and irresistible power enveloped the second 1,000 devil nightmare. Whoosh! The second ball of mist burst like a bubble. In the distance, the Nightmare Beast King's 9 heads were all stunned by this sight. It had never imagined that a human with a lower cultivation would be able to destroy its 1,000 devil nightmares. Just what sort of power was this? Gradually, the 3rd and 4,000 devil nightmares were destroyed by Zhao Feng. But at this moment, the remaining 5 were already in front of Zhao Feng. After all, while Zhao Feng was using dreamification, these attacks were still approaching Zhao Feng. There was no time to dodge. Dream dimension projection. Zhao Feng's left eye began to turn. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the Nightmare Beast King had released its dream dimension and fused it with the world, using it to increase its strength and neutralize the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. If the Nightmare Beast King could do it, so could he. Bzzz. A dreamy circle of light began to spread, with Zhao Feng at the center. A strange scene gradually appeared in the world. At this moment, Zhao Feng's dream dimension covered an area of tens of thousands of li. The scene in the dimension was that of the spiritual race's buildings. This scene was rather strange. The spiritual race's territory had suddenly appeared in the center of the sacred land's battlefield. Success! Zhao Feng's face lit up with joy. Previously, the dream dimension only existed in his consciousness, and once Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the dream dimension, his main body would be unable to use much of its power, essentially entering a weakened state. But now that Zhao Feng had released his dream dimension into the surrounding space, things were different. Bzzz. The 5th ball of mist entered Zhao Feng's dream dimension. Extinguish for me. Zhao Feng bellowed, his soul intent surging forward. Zhao Feng's soul intent was originally only at the peak 2nd heaven, but the dream dimension boosted it to the 3rd heaven. Boom! Bang! Moreover, Zhao Feng's soul intent contained tribulation lightning energy, making it extremely destructive. The moment he charged out, he shattered the dark purple mist. Primal chaos lightning sword. Zhao Feng's left eye unleashed a dark bolt of lightning. The bolt of lightning pierced through the 3 balls of mist and pulverized them. But the moment the primal chaos lightning sword left the dream dimension, its power immediately weakened and returned to normal. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 figures suddenly appeared near Zhao Feng. They were the 3rd heaven god lords of the sacred land who had been fighting with divine emissary Wu. They had been preparing to reinforce Zhao Feng. Once Zhao Feng fell into the 1,000 Devil Nightmare, they would at least have to move him out of the battlefield. But by the time they arrived, Zhao Feng had basically resolved the crisis. What? That human? The Nightmare Beast King's 9 heads clenched their jaws, an extremely unwilling expression on their faces. To left. Zhao Feng faintly smiled, in no rush to destroy these 2,000 devil nightmares. In fact, he didn't even do anything, allowing the 2 balls of mist to strike him. Zhao Feng was confident that he would be fine in this situation. Moreover, he wanted to comprehend the dreamed-out energy of the Nightmare Beast King, and he could also use these 2,000 devil nightmares to temper his soul intent. This kid, he really isn't afraid of anything. The 2/3 Heaven elders broke out in a cold sweat on Zhao Feng's behalf, but they were confident that Zhao Feng would be fine. The Nightmare Beast King stared at Zhao Feng and the 2/3 Heaven elders, but it didn't attack for now. It realized that it couldn't do anything to this youth, and besides, Zhao Feng had 2/3 Heaven experts guarding him. Good. The Nightmare Beast King has been held down. God King, Radiant Peak, clapped his hands in praise. The Nightmare Beast King was a thorny existence. Without an expert skilled in the Soul Tao or the Dream Tao, it would be difficult to deal with. On the other side, Heaven Lord, let me go! The left protector volunteered. The Heaven Lord nodded in agreement. Deish! The left protector flew forward. At the same time, God King, Radiant Peak, and the Life God focused their gazes. Their intuition told them that this elder of the heaven-defying faction was not simple, that he was a dangerous individual. Kaboom! The left protector's body suddenly began to exude an ancient and dark energy. I'll let you experience this old man's shaman arts. The left protector extended his hands, which began to exude countless black rays of light that exuded a chilling and sinister energy. Chapter 1536. A god lord suddenly sensed a cold and silver energy penetrate into his flesh. In the dream dimension, Zhao Feng was observing the blood spirit shaman Gu art member. Zhao Feng pushed his left eye to its limits. Behind the left protector, countless pitch-black rays of light surged and churned. It was eerie and horrifying. One could faintly see a figure wearing a pitch-black cloak with a pitch-black face. Its wrinkled and withered claws extended forward ferociously. The demon vine's vitality was abnormally vigorous and bloodthirsty, but it was surrounded by white bones and a deathly aura. The life god warned. In a few seconds, several hundred dark green vines had sprouted out, wreaking havoc and obliterating all living beings. The battle between 2 god kings was truly dreadful. Zhao Feng was in the dream dimension, so when the dark red threads of blood drifted in, he would use the dream dimension and the power of realization to immediately kill them. Many people on the battlefield sensed that something was wrong, but they didn't know how to guard against it. In a flash, the insect's life was drained, and it turned into a shriveled skin that fell to the ground. Deish! God King Radiant Peak's palms began to glow with dark green light, condensing into a dazzling green dot of light. The left protector waved his hands, his 10 fingers wantonly drawing mysterious characters and diagrams in the air. God King Radiant Peak's face chilled. However, very few people had the skill Zhao Feng had. Circulating his life law, God King Radiant Peak condensed a dark green seed the size of a palm. Kaboom! In the life sacred land, the life god, who had been silent for a long time, sighed, and then her majestic and slender body slowly stepped forward. Protector, is he going to take action? Bang! Whoosh! Of course! He had not forgotten that he had another goal. Even Zhao Feng's expression was slightly surprised, and he became somewhat entranced. Wherever the seed passed, all life would be plundered. At the same time, the dark green vines began to madly extend and thicken. It was clear that the heaven-defying faction protector had studied the shaman arts and curses of the ancient shaman race. If this went on, the situation would be extremely bad. However, the cursed words of death weren't completely helpless. For example, they could capture the other party alive or use low-level cultivators or spiritual pets to deal the final blow. God King Radiant Peak was stunned. The left protector's curse this time was focused on the soul, and it was extremely powerful. Restraining it would be extremely difficult. Ghost Fiend Death Curse. At this time, he was comprehending the 1,000 devil nightmares power of the Nightmare Beast King's Dream Dao. However, it was a bad thing to replenish too much at once. The first sign of being corroded by this technique was a decline in one state. Opponents who were originally evenly matched would be at a disadvantage when they fought again. Rumble, suddenly, a dark red blood light seeped out from the layer of black light and scattered into the void, gradually disappearing without a trace. The power of dreams could target all things, and the power of the Thunder Tribulation was the bane of these evil ghosts. The left protector's deep and hoarse voice rang out. A dark, gray fog of light was released from his palm. It looked like a hideous and disgusting creature. At this moment, Zhao Feng was alarmed by an ancient and sinister energy. A strange light flashed through the eyes of God King, Radiant Peak, and the Life God. In the distance, a rank 8 ancient god let out a miserable scream. Zhao Feng was inwardly stunned. Shaman art. This ancient god's body was withered and bleeding from every orifice. His mind had gone insane, and he was attacking anyone nearby, not distinguishing friend from foe. Kakrak. At this moment in his dream dimension, Zhao Feng was struck by 2 dark purple mists. These dark red lights loved to devour vitality and bloodlines. The left protector's cold and sinister voice resounded. God King Radiant Peak's powerful divine sense was extremely sensitive to flesh and blood, so he naturally noticed what was going on. His eyes flashed with green light and exuded pure and majestic life energy. This race could be said to be the most ancient and mysterious of the 10,000 ancient races, and it was now almost extinct. Suddenly, the surface of the dark green vines began to dissolve into pus and rot. But in the dream dimension, Zhao Feng had been strengthened in all aspects, allowing him to resist the corrosion of this energy. Zhao Feng looked up at the distant sky. Deish, Buzz, BZZZ. On the battlefield, many members of the life sacred land suddenly began to feel strange. But last time the left protector had only taken out his pseudo-ancestral artifact and unleashed a casual attack. The left protector extended his hands, and countless dark rays of light erupted from them, exuding a sinister energy that made one shiver in fear. Kakrak. Zhao Feng was taken aback. Those skilled in the life law can not only save lives, they can also take them. However, their various curses and sorcery were something that even the ancient race, the number 1 race in the ancient era, was wary of. These green dots of light contained enormous amounts of vitality, and the moment they entered a person's body, they would attract the dark red lights and be devoured. If the other party had set up the cursed words of death, not even the life god would be able to undo such a powerful medium. A moment later, he sensed his bodily functions rapidly decline, and even his blood began to wither. In the dream dimension, Zhao Feng wasn't very worried, but the other people on the battlefield who couldn't see these things would probably find it difficult to escape. Blood Spirit Shaman Guart. At this moment, gradually, Zhao Feng stabilized the situation and began to sense the power of the 1,000 devil nightmare. 5 or 6 wraiths immediately extended their sharp claws and bloody mouths as they tried to eat away at Zhao Feng. He brought his palms together, and a dark green halo of light began to spread out. Gradually, countless dark red lines appeared in his vision. If he looked carefully, he would see that these dark red lines were like bloody worms. God King Radiant Peak's understanding of the life law and his fine control over it left him in admiration. What's going on? Humph. Hisses. This war should end. Humph. Inhumane to use such an evil shaman art. Zhao Feng couldn't help but nod. Gradually, Zhao Feng retracted the dream dimension. It was as if there were countless vengeful souls imprisoned within. They stretched out their white claws, clawed, roared, or stuck out their bloody tongues to twist. Moreover, the ghost fiend death curse could not only affect one's mind, but it could also devour one's essence blood until one was driven to madness and death. One could say that this was a weaker version of the cursed words of death. The terrifying vines madly grew over the battlefield, and a few moments later, they had covered more than half of the battlefield, wreaking havoc like a monster. Swoosh, swoosh. Under the Protector's control, these dark red lines began to seek out their enemies. This feeling made Zhao Feng think of the cursed words of death. Screams rang out over the sacred land's battlefield. The left Protector coldly snorted. In a flash, the dark green vines madly writhed as if in extreme pain and began to wail. What a powerful curse! These evil spirits can even arouse the evil in one's heart and further invade it until it fuses into one's mind and follows them to the death. On the battlefield, the clash between the two great peak god kings was still continuing. The left Protector's expression darkened. He was extremely curious as to how God King Radiant Peak planned to resolve this move. The dark green vines moved with incredible speed, instantly wrapping around several dozen members of the heaven-defying faction. Powerful Dream Dao energy seeped into Zhao Feng's soul and released negative emotions that affected Zhao Feng's mind. The left Protector's face was savage, and he condensed a pitch-black ghost mist in front of him that let out shrill cries. Maintaining the dream dimension consumed a great deal of dream origin and thought energy. Moreover, Zhao Feng had used so many dream eye bloodline techniques earlier, which had consumed a great deal of his mind, so it was best to conserve as much as possible. Under God King Radiant Peak's control, these green motes of light drifted over to the sacred land side and entered the bodies of the blood spirit shaman Gu art members. Thump! Origin of life. These ghosts screamed and began to scatter. These abnormally powerful evil spirits and wraiths filled the life-sacred land's forces and invaded their souls. This massive red insect was drenched in blood, and the moment it appeared, it transformed into a streak of bloody light that shot toward a green-robed woman. At this moment, so that's how it is. These people were reduced to skeletons at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before they even hit the ground, the seeds began to germinate and rapidly grow. By the time they hit the ground, they had grown a dark green vine 100 feet long. At this moment, the rank 8 ancient god's body spasmed as a disgusting insect as thick as an arm burrowed out of his head. Countless specks of green light drifted down from the green motes of light and sprinkled over the world. Bzzz. Zhao Feng discovered that the dark red light that had invaded this ancient god's body was constantly devouring his essence, blood, and bloodline energy. And the more this ancient god used his bloodline energy, the faster the dark red light devoured. A dark green aurora shot down and pierced through the insect. God King Radiant Peak grunted. This sight made all the members on the battlefield feel their hairs stand on end and their hearts tremble in fear. These dark red insects moved with incredible speed. Ordinary ancient gods were simply incapable of dodging them. The most basic requirement was not to be careless in killing them. Many members of the sacred land were affected by the ghost fiend death curse and were in abnormal states, their fighting power plummeting. In the sky, the rotting effect quickly spread throughout the vines, turning the countless vines into a puddle of stinking sewage. Careful! Pitch-black light and ancient characters began to rapidly revolve in his palm. But even the experienced members of the sacred land were incapable of stopping the left protector's blood, spirit, shaman gu art. I'll let you experience this old man's shaman art. At the same time, this bloodline and vitality energy would remain in the victim's body and be slowly absorbed to heal their wounds and restore their condition. Every dark red bloodline that swallowed the green fluorescent immediately burst apart. The dark gray mist fell upon the dark green vines. Of course, God King Radiant Peak personally controlled the green motes of light to plunder away the life of the already extremely powerful blood spirit gu. Activating his left eye, Zhao Feng observed a nearby person. This person was only a rank 9 ancient god who had been afflicted by the blood spirit shaman gu art. At this moment, he had no choice but to intervene. When it came to shaman arts, one had to mention the second-ranked ancient shaman race. But at this moment, as expected of someone who can be called a sacred land, I'll send you a gift in return. The pitch-black mist suddenly exploded, releasing countless vengeful souls and malicious ghosts that charged into the battlefield and into the bodies of the sacred land members. Disappeared? What a terrifying shaman art! The green-robed woman trembled in fear, her face ghastly pale. But at this moment, Zhao Feng could truly sense the powerful and sinister aura of the protector. Curse of Decay. At the same time, Zhao Feng gradually withdrew the dream dimension while the 1,000 devil nightmare grew stronger and stronger. This was also a form of tempering for Zhao Feng's mind. His sole intent had just reached the peak of the second heaven, and after this tempering, it had become much more stable. Without another word, Zhao Feng activated his left eye and unleashed a ball of primal chaos tribulation lightning flame. This was not his first time interacting with the left protector. Carefully sensing his surroundings, he realized that his body was being corroded by many inexplicable dark red lines of blood. The dark green seed swiftly flew into the rear of the heaven-defying faction. This dark green seed exuded powerful vitality, but for some reason, it made one feel a sense of dread. The blood spirit shaman gu art can corrode the essence and blood of a living being until it completely devours the person and produces a blood spirit gu. Zhao Feng's left eye observed the massive battlefield, and his heart trembled. Chapter 1537. This war, it's time to end it. In the life-sacred land, the life god, who had been silent for a long time, sighed, and then her majestic and slender body slowly stepped forward. The moment the life god entered the battlefield, the gloomy, brutal, and bloody battlefield instantly fell silent. An invisible energy spread out, ruling over the world. At this moment, the life god seemed to be the center of the world, exuding a dazzling mist. On the life-sacred land side, countless phantoms and wraiths trembled in fear as the effects of the curse weakened. Lord God! God King Radiant Peak lowered his head in respect. This time he was unable to resolve the left protector's ghost fiend death curse, so he had to rely on the life god. The life god! The left protector's body sank as he felt a little oppressed, as expected of a god. On the battlefield, Zhao Feng also stared at the life god. At this moment, she was noble, gorgeous, elegant, and proud. She had many of the virtues of a woman and the unswerving determination of a man. Her dazzling radiance attracted everyone's attention. Even the nightmare Beast King quietly stood there, not daring to make a ruckus. The world seemed to prostrate itself beneath the life god's skirt, revolving around her. Bzzz. The life god's eyes suddenly began to turn, and boundless life energy rippled through them. The entire world was suffused with vitality. The somber atmosphere of the battlefield swept away, transforming the world into a vast forest. Under this intense life energy, all demonic souls and ghostly beings were pushed aside and suppressed. Kakrak! Those resentful souls let out shrill screams, and their figures gradually faded, disappearing without a trace, erased with the power of will. God King Radiant Peak sighed in amazement. The will of a god was immensely powerful. If it wanted someone dead, that person would die. The life god was not very skilled in the soul, but she had still so easily resolved the ghost fiend death curse. "I'll take your life." The life god's gaze immediately focused on the left protector. Bzzz. Her eyes glowed green and brimmed with boundless vitality. However, the left protector, who was being stared at by the life sovereign, felt an unprecedented sense of danger. It was as if he would perish here at the very next moment. If the life god wanted to take a life, it would be a simple matter. Hisses! All of a sudden, an invisible wave of sovereign power descended. But at this moment, a white-robed elder appeared in front of the left protector, the Heaven Lord. The Heaven Lord had blocked this life-stealing energy. Boom! The Heaven Lord's body suddenly erupted with a tyrannical divine might, exuding a layer of gold and silver divine light that clashed with the life god energy. The invisible clash between the two caused the surrounding space to distort and shatter. Bang! Bang! The two forces fiercely collided, creating a destructive and forbidden storm that disappeared without a trace. "It seems you have fused with the bloodline power of the ancient race." The beautiful face of the life sovereign was calm. This was not out of her expectations. After all, she had seen so many powerful bloodlines of the myriad races. If the Heaven Lord dared to attack the life-sacred land, he naturally had formidable trump cards. Since the life dominus can't wait any longer, then let's start an all-out war. The Heaven Lord's lips perked. Rumble, the world behind him distorted, and several huge black shadows appeared. As the shadows grew clearer, they revealed themselves to be fully armored warships. At the top of each warship was a massive black gold cannon platform. Two members of the Heaven's legacy race sat cross-legged around each cannon platform, controlling this device. Destruction weapon. God King Radiant Peak's eyes focused. The destruction weapons of the Heaven's legacy race were extremely powerful and had an extremely large range. In the past, the Heaven's legacy race had used these weapons to destroy major factions in other zones. Besides these weapons, these three warships also had other unknown devices that were brimming with intimidation. Whoosh! 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 Figures flew out of the warships, all of them automatons and high-level death god guards. What a terrifying faction! Zhao Feng mentally sighed. The power the heaven-defying faction had displayed in this battle far surpassed Zhao Feng's expectations. It was no wonder that the members of the illusion god Sacred Land had been captured without much resistance, and many of their upper echelon members had been controlled and enslaved. Of course, the Sacred Land presided over by a god was a symbol of the strongest faction in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Although the life god did not have much fighting power, she had a vast network of allies, with more and more experts coming to reinforce the life Sacred Land. The overall fighting power of the life Sacred Land was astonishing. Boom! Bang! Zhao Feng shattered the Thousand Devil Nightmare and left the dream dimension. This was the final moments of the war, but no one could say for sure who would win. Thus, Zhao Feng needed to do all he could to deal a heavy blow to the enemy and win the life Sacred Land's victory. At this moment, two invincible energies exploded in the sky. The sky seemed to shatter and turn into primal chaos. In one corner of the primal chaos stood a proud and peerless woman, shrouded in a layer of crystalline divine light. Behind the life god was the image of a massive god embedded in the void, intimidating all things in the world. On the other side, the Heaven Lord had already transformed into an ancient god-devil, his entire body covered in gold and silver light and exuding an ancient aura that looked down on all. All the living beings down below with the bloodline of the 10,000 races panted under the pressure of the ancient race bloodline. Boom! Bang! Crash! The two exchanged several dozen blows. Countless rays of green light and gold and silver light clashed, collided, and were annihilated. This is the Heaven Lord's power. Zhao Feng was startled. For the Heaven Lord to be able to fight against the life god meant that his strength was either extremely close to that of a god or had already reached the god level. Of course, the Heaven Lord primarily relied on his ancient race bloodline. Back then, Yu Heng's fusion rate with the ancient race bloodline had only reached 20 to 30%. At this time, Zhao Feng estimated that the Heaven Lord's ancient race bloodline fusion rate was at least 90%, perhaps even higher. While the life god and the Heaven Lord were fighting, the two factions were also fully engaged. In a flash, the three warships fired their black and gold cannons. Boom! Dish! A massive pillar of golden light swept forward, so powerful that not even a third Heaven God Lord would dare to be careless. But the sacred land had long since prepared for this. 3 crystalline shields of light suddenly formed in the sacred land's array and shot forward. Boom! Bang! Crash! The golden pillar of light slammed into the crystalline shields, unleashing a destructive wave of energy. In the chaos, a powerful energy bore down on Zhao Feng. Divine Emissary Wu. Zhao Feng looked into the distance. After his defeat, Divine Emissary Wu had returned to the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom to heal his injuries. Now that he had recovered 70 to 80%, he could not afford to be careless. Boom! Divine Emissary Wu immediately activated his demon god race bloodline, transforming into a black-violet demon that exuded a demonic Tao energy. Demonic Heaven Palm. Divine Emissary Wu gathered up tenebrous demonic energy and fired off a palm of black-violet light. His carelessness had allowed Zhao Feng to reverse the situation and obtain victory. This time, he was determined to wash away his shame. Primal Chaos Domain. Zhao Feng immediately unleashed vast amounts of primal chaos energy, transforming the world into a dark primal chaos domain. In the primal chaos domain, Zhao Feng's strength was boosted. Swish! Wielding the primal chaos ancestral artifact fragment, Zhao Feng formed a primal chaos tribulation lightning sword and slashed at it. Primal chaos lightning sword. Zhao Feng activated his left eye, forming a primal chaos tribulation lightning sword and unleashing it. Kakrak! Lightning flashed, piercing through the black-violet palm and then combining with the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword, pulverizing it. The primal chaos lightning sword then shot toward Divine Emissary Wu. At this moment, Divine Emissary Wu took out a fragment of a white mirror and unleashed a powerful time energy. After his defeat, Divine Emissary Wu had borrowed this ancestral artifact fragment from his faction. A time law immediately began to spread, and Divine Emissary Wu rapidly moved to avoid Zhao Feng's primal chaos lightning sword. This old scoundrel really did come prepared. Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline techniques were the most effective against the demon god race, and of his many eye bloodline techniques, the primal chaos lightning sword was the strongest. But the primal chaos lightning sword was not an instantaneous eye bloodline technique, so it was possible to dodge it. Divine Emissary Wu naturally realized this, so he borrowed the time ancestral artifact fragment to block the attack and strengthen himself so that he could dodge the primal chaos lightning sword. Zhao Feng's goal this entire time had been to fuse the tribulation lightning eye flame into the primal chaos sword, strengthen it, and then instantly unleash it. But he had never succeeded. The energy contained in an eye bloodline technique was too chaotic and difficult to control. But if I can strengthen it in every aspect in the dream realm, I might be able to succeed. Zhao Feng speculated. Haha, Zhao Feng, this time I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Divine Emissary Wu heartily laughed as he flew at Zhao Feng, his fists and palms exuding boundless tenebrous demonic energy. Dream realm projection. Zhao Feng circulated his dream origin and thought energy to create a dream realm that he then extended. Gradually, the area for tens of thousands of li around Zhao Feng transformed into a dreamy scene. In the dream realm, Zhao Feng's strength was strengthened in every aspect, and he could even turn the impossible into the possible. Boom! Bang! Crash! The primal chaos domain fused with the dream realm, greatly boosting its power. The dreamy primal chaos energy surged, blocking all of Divine Emissary Wu's attacks. In the center of the primal chaos domain, Zhao Feng's left eye began to turn. Primal chaos energy, tribulation lightning energy, and dream origin energy fused together into a dark lightning sword that flashed with dazzling light. Go! Zhao Feng called out. The moment he unleashed this lightning sword, he knew that he had succeeded. Divine Emissary Wu, who was just preparing to break through his defenses, suddenly sensed danger. Kekrak! A dark lightning sword descended on his god-demon body, releasing all the power within it. A sword-shaped mark was left on Divine Emissary Wu's chest, and the area around him was scorched black. Moreover, the insides of Divine Emissary Wu's body had suffered even greater injuries. Tribulation lightning and primal chaos flame were wreaking havoc. How could this be? Divine Emissary Wu struggled in disbelief. This time, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique was much stronger than the primal chaos lightning sword. Moreover, it was an instant attack that could not be dodged. All his preparations had been rendered useless. Success! Zhao Feng smiled faintly. The eye bloodline technique he used just now was far stronger than the primal chaos lightning sword. It was a fusion of the primal chaos sword, the tribulation lightning eye flame, and Zhao Feng's profound eye bloodline techniques. The primal chaos sword seal that had suddenly imprinted itself on Divine Emissary Wu's body was impossible to dodge and extremely powerful. Primal chaos lightning eye. Zhao Feng's left eye began to turn and chaotic energy began to interweave within it, instantly condensing into a miniature primal chaos lightning sword with an eye flame revolving around it. Chapter 1538. Primal Chaos Lightning Eye. Zhao Feng's left eye began to turn, and chaotic energy began to interweave within it, instantly condensing into a miniature primal chaos lightning sword with an eye flame revolving around it. Divine Emissary Wu paled at this sight. Deish! He activated the time ancestral artifact fragment and began to move. One could only move quickly to deal with an instant fire eye bloodline technique to avoid being locked onto. Divine Emissary will rapidly approach Zhao Feng. If he attacked Zhao Feng, he would be struck by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique. Thus, he decided to trade injury for injury and attack with all his strength. This way, even if he was struck by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique, he would not suffer too much of a loss. Swish, swish, swish. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng condensed several dozen simple primal chaos tribulation lightning swords and threw them all at Divine Emissary Wu. Divine Emissary Wu activated his god-devil body. Violet light flowed over his body, and his body began to exude a faint black-violet halo. Boom! Bang! Crash! Divine Emissary Wu endured these attacks as he rapidly approached Zhao Feng. Demon God, roar! Divine Emissary Wu's eyes erupted with demonic light. He gathered vast amounts of tenebrous fiend energy in his body and opened his mouth to spit it out. Kaboom! A massive black-violet shockwave swept toward Zhao Feng with mountain-toppling momentum. At the same time, Zhao Feng unleashed his primal chaos lightning eye. Kakrak! The primal chaos lightning eye was an instant fire eye bloodline technique, and it instantly descended upon Divine Emissary Wu's god-devil body. A sword-shaped mark was left behind on Divine Emissary Wu's body, and powerful energy surged out and began to wreak havoc within his god-devil body. Of course, Divine Emissary Wu had long ago expected this and was prepared to resist this energy. After using the primal chaos lightning eye, Zhao Feng's expression turned gloomy. He saw a black-violet shockwave engulfed him, imbued with tenebrous fiend energy. It turned everything in its path to ash, and if he was struck head-on, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. But now, Zhao Feng was in the dream dimension, and his overall strength had increased, allowing him to make the impossible possible. Chaos Lightning Vortex. Zhao Feng released a vast amount of chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy, forming a pitch-black lightning hole. BZZZ. The purplish-black shockwave descended. The dream space around Zhao Feng trembled slightly, showing signs of instability. Looks like I've underestimated this strike. Zhao Feng's expression froze. Even his dream space was affected, as expected of the demon god race. Zhao Feng immediately shrunk the distance between them to the same size as the primal chaos lightning vortex. The two completely overlapped. At the same time, Zhao Feng circulated his dream Dao power to increase the defensive power of the primal chaos lightning vortex. Rumble. The purple-black shockwave engulfed Zhao Feng. In the center of the primal chaos lightning vortex, the tyrannical power of darkness continuously corroded it. The power of the primal chaos lightning vortex was slowly being stripped away. Zhao Feng activated his left eye, releasing a large amount of dream origin and thought power. Gradually, the primal chaos lightning vortex's defenses were strengthened while the attacks Zhao Feng faced were weakened. In the end, the purple-black shockwave passed. Zhao Feng's primal chaos lightning vortex remained, though it was slightly damaged. However, Zhao Feng was not injured at all. Plush. In the distance, Divine Emissary Wu saw this sight and vomited blood, a look of struggle on his face. He had put almost all his power into that attack just now, but it had still failed to kill Zhao Feng. It hadn't even affected him much. At this moment, Zhao Feng was sighing at the power of the Dream God Eye. He sensed that he was able to use more and more of the God Eye's power, stronger than before. Although this did not give Zhao Feng much of an offensive ability, it could change the very nature of many things, allowing Zhao Feng to always be able to avert danger. As he glanced at the life god in the sky, Zhao Feng imagined how powerful he would be once he fully used the power of the Dream God Eye. Now it's time to finish you off. Zhao Feng's eyes focused. Divine Emissary Wu was the strongest divine emissary, an invincible third heaven. Killing him would have a rather large effect on the battle. Primal Chaos Lightning Eye. Without another word, Zhao Feng condensed another primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. Once Zhao Feng used this eye bloodline technique, he would be able to use it even if he wasn't in the dream dimension. Not good. Divine Emissary Wu's face twisted in fear. He had already taken 2 of Zhao Feng's primal chaos lightning eyes attacks. Even his god devil body was severely injured. Dish! Divine Emissary Wu immediately turned to flee, but just as he began to move, an energy that made him tremble descended. Bang! Another primal chaos tribulation lightning sword descended, leaving a sword-shaped scar on his head. At the same time, an enormous wave of energy madly ravaged Divine Emissary Wu's god-devil body. Divine Emissary Wu's body spasmed, black smoke rising from his body. His god-devil body had shrunk, and his demonic Dao energy had weakened. Die! Zhao Feng immediately chased from behind. Dish! Divine Emissary Wu trembled and immediately fled. Divine Emissary Wu had only used his demon god race bloodline twice in a very short period of time. As a result, the portion of his bloodline that he had just recovered was immediately used up. Now that the two sides were at war, Zhao Feng would not easily let Divine Emissary Wu go. Primal Chaos Lightning Sword. Zhao Feng dispelled the Primal Chaos Lightning Eye and used the Primal Chaos Lightning Sword. The Primal Chaos Lightning Eye was rather difficult to lock onto a rapidly moving foe, but the primal chaos lightning sword was somewhat useful. Dish! Lightning flashed across the battlefield as a dark primal chaos lightning sword pierced through the air. Divine Emissary Wu sensed the terrifying ripples of energy behind him and immediately dodged. But he was in an ordinary state and he was heavily injured, so he could not dodge in time. Plush! The primal chaos lightning sword pierced through Divine Emissary Wu's shoulder. Hiss, this brat! Divine Emissary Wu clenched his teeth and hissed, a look of hatred on his face. Only now did Divine Emissary Wu realize that his eagerness for revenge had caused him to make the wrong choice. Zhao Feng was the holder of the 9th God Eye, and his God Eye was in the process of awakening. Once Zhao Feng was able to use the full power of his God Eye, he would become a god. But it was too late for him to understand this. Space-time distortion. Zhao Feng activated his many ancestral artifact fragments and fired off a silver ball of light that seemed both real and illusory. The moment this silver ball of light appeared, the surrounding space-time was thrown into chaos. Swish! The silver ball of light flashed through the air and appeared on the distant horizon. Divine Emissary Wu sensed this powerful space-time energy and immediately activated his demon god race bloodline. His body flashed with black and violet flames, and his speed doubled as he shifted to the left. At this moment, Kakrak! The silver ball of light appeared and exploded, causing space to shatter. Moreover, it released a spatial storm that swept out in all directions. Although Divine Emissary Wu had dodged this attack, he was affected by the space-time storm and slowed down. Zhao Feng used this chance to rapidly close the distance between him and Divine Emissary Wu. Swish, swish! With a wave of his hand, several hundred simple primal chaos tribulation lightning swords shot forward, creating a net of lightning swords that engulfed Divine Emissary Wu. There's no way to dodge. Divine Emissary Wu grimaced, unable to think of a way to escape. Explode! Zhao Feng bellowed. The primal chaos tribulation lightning swords approaching Divine Emissary Wu exploded. Boom! Bang! Divine Emissary Wu was sent flying by the explosion, his god devil body shrinking and covered in wounds. Primal chaos lock. Zhao Feng extended his hands, unleashing a torrent of primal chaos energy that revolved around Divine Emissary Wu. Die! Zhao Feng coldly shouted and brought his hands together. The boundless primal chaos energy immediately formed a black hole that engulfed Divine Emissary Wu. Primal chaos energy had a devouring attribute, and this combat skill was even more powerful. Trapped by the primal chaos lock, Divine Emissary Wu's energy began to drain away, and he lost the ability to resist. Zhao Feng, you will definitely die at the hands of the Heaven Lord. Divine Emissary Wu's venomous voice came from the primal chaos lock. I'm not sure about that. All I know is that you will die at my hands right now. Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he exerted more force. Boom! Bang! The primal chaos energy suddenly constricted and exploded, unleashing a chaotic storm of destruction. With this, the strongest of the divine emissaries, Divine Emissary Wu, was slain by Zhao Feng. The other experts naturally saw this. The remaining divine emissaries of the heaven-defying faction trembled as they viewed Zhao Feng as a taboo existence. The left protector coldly snorted, but he was currently occupied by God King Radiant Peak and had no time to worry about anything else. The left protector was skilled in shaman arts and curses, and his various abilities made others shiver in fear. However, the life-sacred land's God King Radiant Peak was skilled in the life law and the medicine Tao, so he could deal with the vast majority of shaman arts and curses. In terms of fighting power, the left protector was somewhat inferior to God King Radiant Peak. After killing Divine Emissary Wu, Zhao Feng rejoiced and began to wreak havoc on the battlefield. At this moment, broom, there was a deafening explosion in the distant sky that resounded through the clouds. The life god's eyes shot out a dazzling green light that shone on the heaven lord's body. Even the Heaven Lord with the ancient race God-Devil body found his divine body rapidly devoured. Bang! The Heaven Lord flew back several thousand feet before finally stabilizing himself. Good. Even if the Heaven Lord has the ancient race bloodline, he's still no match for the life god. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. A god truly was a god. Even though the life god was not skilled in combat, she was still extremely powerful. But for some reason, Zhao Feng felt uneasy. Haha, as expected of one of the 8 great god eyes, this little bit of skill is still not enough to deal with you. The Heaven Lord, who had been pushed back, suddenly laughed. What other skills do you have? Take them all out. The life god's noble and beautiful face was brimming with pride. This you also knows a few eye bloodline techniques. I wish to exchange a few pointers with the life god eye. The Heaven Lord's lips curled into a wicked smile. The life god was taken aback. Asking a god eye to exchange eye bloodline techniques was undoubtedly the greatest joke in the world, but the life god felt inexplicably uneasy. The Heaven Lord had given her an extremely strange feeling before, and now that the Heaven Lord said these words, the life god suddenly thought of something. Eye bloodline techniques? Zhao Feng was also inexplicably shocked. He suddenly recalled that the Heaven Lord's mastery of eye bloodline techniques was also extremely profound and admirable. Haha, make the desolate world tremble. Heavenly Tao God Eye. The Heaven Lord savagely laughed. His hands formed a seal, and several powerful bloodline energies surged out of the Heaven Lord's body. His eyes became pitch black, the eye of death. But a moment later, they transformed into the dazzling green eye of life, and then the eye of destiny. As each eye bloodline appeared, the energy on his body soared. Once the 8 great god eyes appeared one by one, the Heaven Lord's eyes returned to normal. But a crack suddenly appeared on the center of the Heaven Lord's brow, shooting out a beam of divine light so dark that it could pierce through the universe. Bzzz. The eye on the center of the Heaven Lord's brow opened with great difficulty. At the same time, the illusory images of 8 eyes gradually appeared behind him. These were clearly the eyes of the 8 god eye bloodlines. When the eye on the center of the Heaven Lord's brow fully opened, the dark vertical pupils shot out a dark and murky light. Everywhere the muddy and dim light passed, everything shattered, and the heavens and the earth collapsed. Chapter 1539. This dark and turbid light soared into the clouds, piercing through the heavens and into the vast river of stars, competing with all things in the fan universe. In the distant void of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, a man sat cross-legged, his entire body covered in golden red feather patterns. He radiated a scorching light that illuminated the vast fan universe. Suddenly, the man opened his fiery eyes and looked into the distance at a shocking divine light, a god-eye energy that I've never felt before. The man immediately stood up. Could it be the 9th god-eye? He had not interacted with the ancient, desolate realm of gods recently, so he had no news of Zhao Feng. Buzz! Bzzz! The light and heat around the man gradually retracted into his body. The entire dimension gradually dimmed. What's going on in the ancient, desolate realm of gods? The man's figure disappeared in a flash. At the same time, many god kings and even gods in the ancient, desolate realm of gods were stunned by this divine light. There was a forbidden stream of primal chaos between the ancient, desolate realm of gods and the outer dimension. If an ordinary god, lord, recklessly charged in, they would most likely die. Broom! At this moment, the primal chaos was in chaos. A bolt of golden white lightning was clashing with pitch-black streams of death energy. 2 figures stood in the center of the chaos. One of them was a man dressed in golden white robes, tall and dignified. The other was a stooped elder, his pitch-black robes flapping in the wind. He wielded a pitch-black scythe that was shrouded in black flames and death energy. Who knew how many living beings it had slaughtered? Kiki, divine punishment. I will definitely become the first person to kill a god. The black-robed elder sinisterly laughed as he waved his scythe, unleashing a massive crescent of black flames. At the same time, the elder's eyes trembled, and terrifying death energy began to strengthen them. Humph! The power of divine punishment will definitely slay a sinner like you. The divine punishment god's expression was cold and dignified. Lightning shot out of his eyes, forming a golden-white ball of lightning. Many of the great powers of the ancient desolate realm of gods knew that of the 8 great god eyes, the divine punishment god Eye and the death god I had an unresolvable grudge. The two had fought countless battles for countless years. But right at this moment, the divine punishment chief sovereign's gaze flickered as he stared off into the distance. The old man in black also stood up. His pitch-black eyes flashed with a strange light, an unprecedented god-eye energy. The elder's expression darkened. Based on what his death god-eye sensed, this god-eye's power was abnormal. It's not the 9th god-eye. The divine punishment hegemon's face shook. Besides the 9th god-eye, a new god-eye energy had appeared. This is the end. The divine wrath chief sovereign glanced sideways at the black-clothed elder, then teleported away. At the same time, in the sage faction's secret base, all of the wise ones sensed it and spat out a mouthful of blood under their deductions. That newly born god-eye energy was not something they could casually calculate or divine. Within a hexagonal black tower in his heart, Yu Tianwu also entered a state of deduction. Moments later, his face turned deathly pale and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Could his plan be the supreme ancestral eye? The life-sacred land. The moment the vertical eye on the Heaven Lord's forehead opened, the world trembled as if in fear. Everyone on the vast battlefield felt a peerless and invincible energy. At this moment, the Heaven Lord's aura had reached its limits, and he was the god of the world. All living beings prostrated and trembled beneath his feet. How could this be? A god-eye? The life god was stunned. There were only 8 great god eyes in the world. The 9th god eye was only a legend until Zhao Feng appeared and turned the legend into reality. So, how could another god eye have appeared? Moreover, they were both god eyes, but when the life god looked at the vertical eye on the Heaven Lord's forehead, her life god eye trembled. The vertical eye at the center of the Heaven Lord's eyebrows had 8 large pupils that exuded a frightening aura. God eye? Zhao Feng was flabbergasted. The legends also said that there were only 9 great god eyes. If the Heaven Lord's eye was a god eye, then what about his own eye? At the same time, Zhao Feng's dream god eye began to pulse. Within the god eye dimension, the dream origin was trembling restlessly. What's going on? Is that a god eye? That's impossible. Everyone on the battlefield had the same question in their minds. The left protector, on the other hand, gave the Heaven Lord a pious smile. Your Excellency's plan will definitely succeed. Life God, it seems like you're very suspicious of my heavenly Tao God eye. Will you not personally test it? The Heaven Lord warmly smiled. In truth, the heavenly Tao God I was only recently completed, and the Heaven Lord himself was still in the process of probing this energy. Life. Deprivation. The life god's eyes began to turn, flashing with dazzling green light as life god energy rippled through them. This invisible energy flew out and instantly surrounded the Heaven Lord. Heavenly Tao energy. The Heaven Lord's eyes exploded in excitement. Buzz. BZZZ. The heavenly Tao eye on his forehead began to turn, its 8 pupils turning. A turbid, gray-white divine light spun out and fused with the world. Reversal. The Heaven Lord roared, unleashing a strange god energy. A moment later, the life deprivation energy released by the life god suddenly changed direction and descended upon the life god. The life sovereign's expression turned to one of shock. Clearly, She had not expected such a thing to happen. Huh. The life god's skin immediately dimmed as she aged several years. The life god immediately controlled her eye of life to release powerful life energy to nourish her body. Gradually, she returned to normal, but the shock in her heart could not be calmed. Why did the god eye energy she released suddenly attack her? Even with her experience as the life god, she found it hard to explain. Her attack had never changed direction from beginning to end. It was as if it had changed the entire space, the world. Down below, Zhao Feng was also witnessing this, changing direction without warning. It's rather similar to the dream god eye's power, but there seems to be a fundamental difference. Zhao Feng began to think. The members of the life sacred land all felt their hearts tremble at this sight. Even if the Heaven Lord had a god eye, how could he immediately seize the advantage and cause the life god to suffer? Eat this. The Heaven Lord heartily laughed. The life god's expression turned grim. She still had no idea what the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao I was capable of, so she had to be careful. Boom! The Heaven Lord activated his god-devil body and unleashed a gold-and-silver bolt of light. Just one punch. The life god's expression darkened. She felt that it wasn't that simple. The Heaven Lord extended a hand, and the heavenly Tao god eye on his forehead began to turn. Fire! The Heaven Lord roared as he activated his heavenly Tao god eye. In a flash, the gold and silver bolt of light began to burn with dazzling flames. Lightning! The scorching fireball exploded with boundless lightning energy. Gravity! The lightning fireball suddenly became incomparably heavy, causing the surrounding space to sink and tremble slightly. How could this be? The life god was stunned. The Heaven Lord's attack was constantly changing, and each time it changed, its power would rise by a level. While the life god was still in shock, the fireball suddenly arrived in front of her. There was no way to dodge. Bang! The world crumbled as a destructive storm swept through the world. Space tore apart as the entire world seemed to descend into the apocalypse. The battlefield down below seemed to pause as everyone stared at the sky, their bodies trembling. What power! Zhao Feng was stunned. The Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God, I seemed to truly be able to control the world, wantonly altering the laws of the world. Kaboom! As the storm scattered, the area in front of the life god in the center of the primal chaos void shattered. However, her god body had an endless vitality. It regenerated rapidly and recovered completely. Retreat! The life god immediately ordered. The more than 10,000 members of the sacred land felt their hearts tremble in disbelief. The life god had admitted defeat. Even if the Heaven Lord also had a god eye, how could he have made the life god concede with such an overwhelming advantage? But everyone could see the state of the battle. Retreat! God King Radiant Peak once more ordered. The entire battlefield immediately became restless as all the members of the life sacred land began to retreat toward the sacred land. Zhao Feng was no exception. In fact, he was the fastest and he quickly retreated. The Heaven Lord was far too powerful. Not even the life god was a match for him. If the Heaven Lord wanted to capture him, not even the dream god I would be enough to escape. Haha, life god, you can reconsider submitting to me. The Heaven Lord heartily laughed, causing the entire world to quake. Submitting? Just what is your goal? Where did that I come from? The life god's face was cold and gloomy. I presume that you've heard of the legend of the supreme ancestral eye, right? The Heaven Lord asked with a smile. It was said that when the 8 great god eyes gathered, they could summon the supreme ancestral eye, capable of transforming the world and becoming omnipotent. The life god nodded, her expression turning even more grave. She had obtained more and more information from the battle just now, and she was constantly speculating, but she found it hard to be certain. But as a god eye, perhaps you don't know that the supreme ancestral eye is called the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. The Heaven Lord added, the god eye on his forehead trembling, exuding a mystical energy that could rule over the world. What? The life god froze like she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. She was not shocked by the name of the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye, but by the connection between the Heaven Lord's Heavenly Tao God Eye and the Ancestral Eye. Your mission ends here. Hand over the Life God Eye. The Heaven Lord's expression suddenly turned cold and harsh, tinged with intense desire. His plan was to fuse with the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye and obtain the supreme energy of the world. But he did not have a God Eye, nor was he a match for a God Eye. He could not steal the other God Eyes, much less gather the power of the 8 great God Eyes. Thus, the Heaven Lord began with God Eye descendants. After 10 billion years of research and countless experiments, he managed to fuse the 8 quasi-God Eyes together. The fusion of the 8 quasi-God Eyes could produce a weak energy that was close to the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye, but this fusion was extremely unstable and could break apart at the slightest moment. The Heaven Lord estimated that it would take at least 100,000 years, perhaps even longer, to resolve this problem. This continued until the left protector brought back Zhao Feng's blood. As the 9th God Eye, Zhao Feng's divine body, blood, and soul had all been nourished and transformed by the Dream God Eye. It was precisely this blood that allowed the 8 quasi-God Eyes to perfectly fuse together, creating an eye that contained the weak energy of the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye. Even the Heaven Lord himself was extremely surprised by this. Don't even think about it. The Life God angrily roared, her beautiful face brimming with determination. She seemed ready to take him down with her. Now that she knew the true origins of the Heaven Lord's Heavenly Tao God Eye, the Life God could not possibly hand it over to him. Chapter 1540. After the Heaven Lord displayed the power of the Heavenly Tao God Eye, the Life God knew that she was no match for the Heaven Lord in a direct clash. She decided to retreat. All the members of the Life Sacred Land were currently gathered in the Sacred Lands Array, adopting a defensive strategy. The mystery surrounding the Heavenly Tao God Eye had also been partially resolved. The Heavenly Tao God Eye was something the Heaven Lord had given himself. It was different from the other 8 great God Eyes and could not be placed alongside them. And the Heaven Lord's ultimate goal was the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye. Life God, since you're not willing to submit, only death awaits you. In front of the Heavenly Tao God Eye, even gods will die. The Heaven Lord looked down at the Life Sacred Land, his tone brimming with confidence. At this moment, he had already obtained a weak sliver of the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye's power. If he couldn't even kill the Life God Eye, one of the weakest of the 8 great God Eyes, then he would be letting down this power. Once he killed the Life Dominus, it would be equivalent to taking another huge step forward in his plan. If such a powerful Heavenly Tao God Eye could be killed and replaced, the Heavenly Tao God Eye would obtain the power of the God Eye and evolve once more. As long as he succeeded in killing a God Eye, the rest would be much simpler. Slaughter the chief sovereigns. Zhao Feng's mind trembled. Anyone who could think of such a thing was a lunatic. However, Zhao Feng wasn't sure if the Heaven Lord could do it. At this moment, the Heaven Lord had the Heavenly Tao God Eye. This eye was even stronger than the Life God Eye, one of the 8 great God Eyes. Besides that, the Heaven Lord also possessed the ancient race bloodline, and perhaps had other unknown methods. In short, the current Heaven Lord truly was terrifying. Otherwise, the Life God would not have retreated. Lord Hegemin, should we notify your friends? God King, Radiant Peak messaged. The friends he referred to were the other God-eyed deities. Previously, the Heaven Lord was at most a God King in their eyes. The Life God naturally wouldn't ask the other God-eyed deities for the sake of a God King. But the situation now was different. I've already spread the news. The Life God had a gloomy expression as she stared at the distant Heaven Lord. The moment the Heaven Lord used the power of his God Eye, the Life God knew that this battle would be difficult to end. Thus, she had sought help from the Heavenly Punishment Hegemin and the Space-Time Hegemin. Attack! The Heaven Lord floated in the air like the ruler of the world as he gave his order. Down below, all the members of the heaven-defying faction were surging toward the life-sacred land. At this moment, even the Illusion God tribe and the Nightmare Beast King, who hadn't completely submitted, had changed their attitudes. Boom! Bang! An overwhelming barrage of attacks descended upon the life-sacred land. Protect the holy land! The Life Sovereign barked. Buzz! The Life God I activated, pouring life energy into the sacred land array to strengthen its defenses. At the same time, the other experts of the sacred land also used their divine power to defend against the heaven-defying faction's attack. Humph! In the sky, the Heaven Lord snorted and released an ancient energy that could shake the universe. Boom! He brandished his fists and shot out 2 balls of gold and silver divine fists. At the same time, he activated his Eye of Heavenly Tao. In a flash, the world changed and all laws came under the Heaven Lord's control. Boom! The 2 balls of gold and silver divine fists suddenly burst into flames, releasing endless scorching radiance. A moment later, lightning crackled and blades of wind revolved around them. Immediately afterwards, the entire ball of light sank, and the impact of its tremendous force caused even the void to distort. Not good. The Life God grimaced. She was well aware of the Heaven Lord's attack. Even with her Life God Eye, she found it somewhat difficult to endure. If the Sacred Lands array was struck by these 2 attacks, it wouldn't be able to last for long. Buzz! Easy. The Life God immediately activated her Life God Eye, gathering vast amounts of life energy for an attack. The Heaven Lord's attack fiercely slammed into the 2 balls of dazzling green light. A moment later, the Life God's attack collapsed with a bang. But the Life God firmly controlled this life energy, forming a green mist around the Sacred Lands array. Brum! The Heaven Lord's attack descended. The Sacred Lands array fiercely swayed. Everyone in the Sacred Land felt like the world was about to topple over. Fortunately, this swaying quickly disappeared. The Life God had weakened the Heaven Lord's attack, so even though it was struck, the Sacred Lands array was able to endure. Of course, the strength of the many members of the Life Sacred Land was also indispensable. Lord God, the Sacred Lands array masters are modifying their array, discarding its offensive capabilities and increasing its defensive capabilities. God King Radiant Peak messaged, "Okay." The Life God nodded. Although the Life God I was not skilled in combat, it was extremely skilled in defense. Together with the Sacred Lands array, it was absolutely capable of withstanding the attacks of the heaven-defying faction. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. The heaven-defying faction was constantly attacking the Sacred Lands array, but the Sacred Lands members were doing their utmost to defend. This was the Life Sacred Land, and the Life God played an extremely important role here. The endless stream of life law energy was like a pillar that supported the Sacred Land sky. Not long after, the modification of the array is complete. God King Radiant Peak called out. Then he selected 30 of the best experts among the Divine Masters to enter the modified formation and connect their energy with the great formation of the Holy Land. In this situation, divine power could be poured directly into the array to increase its defensive capabilities. Zhao Feng was among these people. The Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye, is this the Heaven Lord's goal? Zhao Feng softly muttered. It was said that when the power of the 8 great God Eyes gathered, one could summon the Supreme Ancestral Eye. But there was another legend. Everything in the world was a dream of the Brahma heavens. When the Supreme Ancestral Eye opened, this dream would shatter. He connected this to what Yu Tianwu had said about the heavens' legacy race being an otherworldly race. Zhao Feng couldn't help but think that the Heaven Lord wanted to use the power of the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Eye to leave this place. But the price might be that the entire fan universe would shatter and everything would be turned to dust. Although this was only a legend and there was no way to confirm its veracity, it was at least a possibility. Or perhaps some other unknown danger might occur. Buzz. Bzzz. The Sacred Lands array became sturdier, and its defensive capabilities greatly increased. Meanwhile, the heaven-defying faction continued to attack. After all, even the most perfect defense would have flaws. Even such a powerful array would run out of energy. Moreover, the Heaven's legacy race was no pushover. They had great destruction weapons that could deal incredible damage. Several members of the Heaven's legacy race were also studying and refining arrays to find a way to break them. This turtle shell will shatter sooner or later. When the time comes, all of you will die. Outside the Sacred Land, the Heaven Lord's roars echoed through the world. Boom! Boom! The Heaven Lord activated his ancient race bloodline and punched again and again. At the same time, he used the heavenly Tao God Eye to strengthen his attacks to unimaginable levels. Boom! Bang! Crash! The Sacred Lands array was constantly swaying. The two sides were in a stalemate for 3 days. Meanwhile, the Sacred Lands array was gradually weakening under the endless bombardment of the heaven-defying faction. The array is damaged. An array master sorrowfully sighed. There might have been a mistake in modifying the Sacred Lands array. The few array masters blamed themselves greatly. All the members of the Sacred Land could sense that the defensive capabilities of the array were gradually weakening. The dreadful power of the Heaven Lord was deeply imprinted into their minds. At this moment, many of them found it hard to calm down, and some of them even had stunned expressions and fear in their eyes. The Heaven Lord's target is me. If the Sacred Land is broken, all of you should run for your lives. The Life God called out, at the same time releasing an amiable life energy. In a flash, the Sacred Land's depressed mood was greatly relieved. The members of the Sacred Land gradually relaxed under the comfort of this life energy. Your Excellency, God King Radiant Peak worriedly said, "Relax. Everything will be fine." The Life God's expression was indifferent. She was not skilled in battle and was no match for the Heaven Lord in a head-on clash, but this did not mean that she would be killed. Boom! Bang! Crash! The entire Sacred Land fiercely shook. The heaven-defying faction also sensed the weakening of the array and launched a fierce assault. Life-draining! The Life God's eyes turned, and a wave of life energy descended outside the Sacred Land. In a flash, the members of the heaven-defying faction began to lose their vitality, and their faces began to age. Moreover, this draining vitality quickly condensed into a seed that began to sprout and grow. Kaboom! In the blink of an eye, thick thorny vines began to madly dance through the air, stealing away all life. The Life God's sudden burst of power immediately threw the heaven-defying faction members outside the Sacred Land into disarray. Die! The Heaven Lord's face chilled as he activated his heavenly Tao God Eye, sending a gray-white mist downward. The boundless energy of death on the battlefield was instantly mobilized. Boom! This death energy immediately descended upon the thorny vines. Life and death tangled together, and in the end both dissipated. Life God, accept your fate. Once I obtain your God Eye origin, I will also take the energy of the other God Eye deities. The Heaven Lord angrily roared, and an astonishing intent soared into the sky and swept through the area. Buzz! Bzzz! The Heaven Lord activated his ancient race bloodline, and a head of gold and silver light began to form in his hands. This head exuded an ancient energy that could shake the heavens. Shatter! The Heaven Lord thrust his palms forward, and the gold and silver head descended. The heavenly Tao God I activated, and the head began to blaze with flames, growing a head of flaming hair. A moment later, the head's eyes began to crackle with lightning. Following that, a thick layer of rock appeared on the surface of its head. Its sinister mouth began to emit intense death law power. Everyone in the Sacred Land stared at this sight, their minds trembling in fear. What a powerful attack! He's gradually gaining control over the heavenly Tao God I. The life god's mind trembled. The Heaven Lord's attack contained the power of both the ancient race and the heavenly Tao God I. It was so powerful that not even the life god dared to block it. But suddenly, the life god sensed a familiar energy, and the weight on her heart was lifted. Kaboom! The god-devil head descended with unstoppable momentum, about to strike the Sacred Lands Array. At this moment, the space in front of the Sacred Lands Array suddenly tore open, creating a massive black hole. Kaboom! The mighty god-devil head entered the black hole, and the space around it closed. A moment later, an amiable elder appeared above the sacred land. He was shrouded in layers of spatial blurs, appearing mysterious and unfathomable. At the same time, broom! The sky in the distance suddenly exploded. Space was torn apart, the earth shattered, and the world was thrown into chaos. Space-time, thank goodness you arrived. The life god breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, the space-time god had used his supreme space-time god power to move the Heaven Lord's attack to another part of the world. This is the heavenly Tao God you spoke of. The space-time god stared at the vertical eye of the Heaven Lord, his expression grim. Chapter 1541. The sudden arrival of the space-time god had easily resolved the life Sacred Lands crisis. Everyone in the sacred land breathed a sigh of relief, hope reigniting in their hearts. The life god was not skilled in battle, but the space-time god was different. How could the Heaven Lord not lose when the two worked together? From the moment he provoked the god I, he was destined to lose. God King Radiant Peak's face lit up as he coldly snorted. However, he had to admit that the Heaven Lord was truly incredible to be able to force the life god and the life sacred land into this state. The Heaven Lord's face was gloomy, and a terrifying energy began to gather around him, causing space to freeze. If the life god hadn't been hiding in the Sacred Lands Array, he was very confident that he could have killed the life god I in these 3 days. But now, the space-time god had arrived, and the two gods working together was rather troublesome. This isn't some heavenly Tao God I. The life god told the space-time god what the Heaven Lord had said. The heavenly Tao God I was just a title the Heaven Lord had given himself. The Heaven Lords, I might be even stronger than a god I, possessing a sliver of the heavenly Tao's power. The Heaven Lord's current goal was to kill the 8 great god I's, obtain their god I origins, and create the heavenly Tao ancestral I. Then let me experience a power even stronger than a god I deity's. The space-time god's expression was cold, his brows raised in interest in the Heaven Lord's eye. The god I deity truly was rather lonely. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent stronger than him. Moreover, the life god was here. No matter how ridiculous the Heaven Lord's eye was, they would not lose. Thus, the space-time god wanted to fight with the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God I. As you wish. The Heaven Lord's eyes flashed with cold light. With the heavenly Tao God I and the ancient race bloodline, he had nothing to fear. One had to realize that the ancient race of the ancient era was an existence that reigned supreme over the 10,000 races and was no weaker than a god I. Although the Heaven Lord could not compare to the ancient race experts of that era, he was not that much weaker. The Heaven Lord had barely finished speaking when an extremely long beam of light swept past his face, causing blood to spurt out. He dodged it. The space-time god raised an eyebrow. The space-time god's attack completely ignored all of the light, but the Heaven Lord still managed to dodge. Only his face was cut, but this was useless against the god-devil body, and the wound quickly healed. The Heaven Lord has been injured. In the Holy Land, many people's eyes flickered with excitement. This was the first time the Heaven Lord had been injured after using the heavenly Tao God I. Below, Zhao Feng was also watching the battle. If the Life Sovereign wasn't skilled in combat, then the space-time sovereign was definitely skilled in combat. Thump, thump. Zhao Feng's left, I began to thump even faster, apparently because another god I had appeared in this place. Zhao Feng realized that he was using more and more of the god Ai's power in this battle. All of this had been stimulated by the life god Ai and the heavenly Tao god Ai, and now the space-time god had arrived. I wonder how many god Ais I'll be able to see this time. Zhao Feng was also looking forward to it. If the dream god I came into contact with one of the 8 great god Ais, it would be able to further awaken and display even greater power. Boom! Bang! Crash! The sky was in chaos. Space had long ago been torn out of shape, and terrifying spatial storms were blowing everywhere. Anyone below the god, Lord level would be torn to shreds if they approached. But in this environment, the space-time god and the Heaven Lord were completely unaffected and fiercely battled. Gravity. The eye at the center of the Heaven Lord's forehead stared into space, exuding a murky gray light. Every time the eye rotated, a part of the void would be crushed by a powerful gravitational force. Dish! 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 As for the space-time god, he only left behind spatial ripples as he weaved through space, dodging the Heaven Lord's instant fire eye bloodline techniques. Only the space-time god can dodge even instant fire eye bloodline techniques. Zhao Feng was stunned. Moreover, in this chaotic environment, the space-time god was completely unaffected, using a spatial movement technique. He truly lived up to his reputation as the space-time god. The space-time god was fast, but the Heaven Lord was not slow. The Heaven Lord moved as he pleased in this dimension, unaffected by anything. It was like he didn't even exist in this dimension. Kaboom! Under the Heaven Lord's control, lightning and fire crisscrossed the world, making it easy for him to grasp any kind of energy. But the space-time god weaved through these endless attacks, dodging them all. Ancient divine fist. The Heaven Lord's eyes exploded with harsh light as he pulled back his hand and punched. With the buff of the heavenly Tao God Eye, this divine fist became incredibly powerful, and it pierced through the world. A pitch-black path of chaos was left in the world. Everything on it had been destroyed. Swish! The space-time god appeared behind the Heaven Lord and spoke in a low and indifferent voice. "You can't hurt me!" A space-time energy immediately surrounded the Heaven Lord, and the space-time god's body vanished. Swish! Swish! Countless space-time energies continued to slice at the Heaven Lord, engulfing him. If it had been an ordinary divine master, the terrifying cutting power and speed would have instantly sliced him into countless pieces. If you can't deal with the speed of space-time, it will be very difficult to defeat him. The life god chuckled, intoxicating everyone. Ah! The Heaven Lord howled in pain from within the space-time slash. All of a sudden, a terrifying power burst out from within. Boom! The countless space-time lines that were slicing back and forth instantly broke apart. The Heaven Lord's body was covered in countless wounds, but they all healed in an instant. The God-Fiend body is indeed difficult to deal with. The space-time god's eyes darkened, his eyes flashing with dark silver light as he gathered up vast amounts of space-time energy to deal the Heaven Lord a heavy blow. Shoo! The space-time god vanished once more, rapidly approaching the Heaven Lord. Reverse. The Heaven Lord activated the heavenly Tao God eye on his forehead and roared. Instantly, the space within 1,000,000 miles shook violently. A moment later, the space-time god flew in the opposite direction of the Heaven Lord. What's going on? The space-time sovereign's heart sank. He was sure that his direction hadn't changed. It's this move again, reversing time and space and affecting the order of the world. The life dominus was shocked. This time, as a bystander, she understood the principle behind this move. Just now, the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God, I had caused the entire dimension to reverse. It was like East had suddenly switched with West. The space-time god's direction hadn't changed, but the world had. The space-time god changed direction and once more approached the Heaven Lord. He dodged the Heaven Lord's attacks and suddenly approached him, his eyes surging with space-time energy that could pierce through all. In this world, I am the only God. The Heaven Lord activated his heavenly Tao God eye and roared, unleashing a power that caused space itself to tremble. The space-time God sensed that something was wrong and immediately fled. You still want to run this time? The Heaven Lord gave a strange chuckle. Whoosh! The space-time God was retreating, but he suddenly realized that he was getting closer and closer to the Heaven Lord. Not good. He reversed the entire world again. The space-time God's expression darkened as he cursed at this absurd ability. Gravity. A dreadful gravity descended. This time, the space-time God did not dodge. Oh no! The life God called out in alarm. The space-time God felt like 100,000 mountains were pressing down on his body. At this moment, he sensed danger. Time freeze! The space-time God called out as he activated his space-time God eye. The surrounding space-time began to slow down and freeze. Break! The Heaven Lord roared. However, just as this power was born, an even more domineering power directly shattered it. At the same time, a flame appeared on the space-time God's body. Deish! The space-time God activated his space-time God eye, transforming into an invisible streak of silver light that vanished from the world. When the space-time God reappeared, his body was covered in roaring flames, lightning, and snow. As it turned out, he had been struck by the Heaven Lord's instantaneous attack before he could escape. Space-time energy surged out, diverting the space-time God's attack. Cough, cough. The space-time God paled and coughed. He was not like the life God who could not be killed no matter what and possessed unparalleled recovery abilities. At this moment, the life God walked up to the space-time God, placed her hand on his back, and released a pure and amiable life energy. Gradually, the space-time God's injuries healed, and his complexion returned to normal. Let's work together and put an end to all this, the life God gently said. Okay. The space-time God nodded. It had been a very long time since he had been injured, but the Heaven Lord had just heavily injured him. At this moment, he recognized just how terrifying the heavenly Tao God eye was and did not dare to be careless. Two God eyes working together? I'll finish off both of you. The Heaven Lord chuckled, not afraid in the slightest. With the ancient God Devil body, his survivability was on par with the life God eye, and the heavenly Tao God eye gave him unparalleled control and offensive power. He feared nothing. At this moment, a majestic voice that shook the heavens resounded, creating a powerful sound wave. Your heavenly Tao God eye is the eye of sin. You will be severely punished. In a flash of lightning, a majestic middle-aged man emerged. The divine punishment God, God King Radiant Peak, called out in alarm. The other members of the sacred land all revealed respectful expressions. At this moment, 3 gods had descended, causing space to twist and distort. Those below the God Lord level didn't even dare to leave the array. 3 god-eye deities have arrived. Xian Wuhing's face was filled with excitement as he lamented. That's not all. Zhao Feng muttered to himself. His dream god, I sensed that there was another god I nearby. Swish! On the ground far away, there was a hunchbacked old man wearing a tattered robe. This person was none other than the divine punishment god's mortal enemy, the death god. That scoundrel of the heavens legacy race actually managed to create such an incredible eye. The death god muttered in shock. He had also seen the Heaven Lord injure the space-time god. If it were him, he would have found it very difficult to block the Heaven Lord's attack. The death god closed his eyes and activated his god eye. After a long while, he sent a message. You too hurry over. Chapter 1542. At this moment, life, space-time, and divine punishment god-eye deities all arrived at the life-sacred land. On the other side, the Heaven Lord's face was gloomy, his invisible rage shaking the world. I didn't think that God-eye deities would use numbers to bully others. The Heaven Lord raised his head, his face furious as he roared. The three God-eye deities felt rather uncomfortable at these words, but in a one-on-one fight, they were no match for the Heaven Lord. In addition, the Life God could tell that the Heaven Lord was still trying to figure out the abilities of the Heavenly Tao God-eye. The Heavenly Tao God-eye was different from the 8 great God-eyes. It was not its limit and still had the possibility of evolving, so he could not afford to be careless. His expression didn't change at all as he looked at the 3 hegemons. The Heaven Lord immediately shouted, "Retreat!" No matter how confident he was, there was no way he could face 3 hegemons at the same time. The heaven-defying faction immediately began to move. The current situation was truly disadvantageous to them. Do it! The space-time god had long since grown impatient. He had to take revenge for what had just happened. Shio! Space-time law rippled in the air as several hundred beams of light shot toward the Heaven Lord. The Heaven Lord calmly activated his Heavenly Tao God-eye, creating a wall of ice around him that blocked the space-time god's attack. We can't let him leave like this. The Life Sovereign immediately acted as well. The Heaven Lord was already so powerful that he could suppress a God-eye deity. If they allowed him to safely leave, there was no telling what he would do next, which would make them even more difficult to deal with. Moreover, when the time came, the Heaven Lord would most likely target the Life God-eye, who was not skilled in combat. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. The Heaven Lord gave a mocking smile. At this moment, rumble! The dark world immediately lit up, and lightning flashed above everyone's heads. Under this divine punishment's power, everyone instinctively felt fear and did not dare to face it directly. Time imprisonment. The space-time god used his Eye of Space-Time to control space-time. The space around the Heaven Lord shattered, forming an impassable space-time wall that sealed the Heaven Lord within. Life drain. The Life God activated her Life God-eye, unleashing a green beam of light that pierced through the space-time wall and plundered the Heaven Lord's vitality. At the same time, the boundless heavenly punishment descended from the sky. When the 3 sovereigns attacked at the same time, it could be said to be a killing move. Boom! Bang! This terrifying storm caused the ground to tremble and collapse, and it swept out for millions of kilometers, turning everything into ruins. The other members of both sides also moved away, not daring to approach. Break! At the center of the explosion, the Heaven Lord roared, unleashing a power that could shatter all laws and order. Instantly, the space-time barrier shattered, and the power of life plunder disappeared. The power of heavenly punishment was also repelled. In the sky, the Heaven Lord's body was somewhat haggard and damaged. The 3 gods chilled. The Heaven Lord had even been able to break through their most powerful attacks. Life. The Heaven Lord chuckled, his Heavenly Tao God-eye turning the surrounding laws into life energy and preparing to absorb them. Dream on. The Life God was shocked. She hadn't expected for the Heaven Lord to be able to change the other laws into the life law. But she was the god of life. She immediately activated her Life God-eye and seized this life energy. Although the Heavenly Tao God-eye was powerful, it was no match for the Life God in the domain of life. Immemorial godly fist. The Heaven Lord was instantly enraged. He activated his ancient god-devil body and gathered up vast amounts of energy before punching. With the buff of the Heavenly Tao God-eye, the power of this punch rose steadily. Even the 3 gods were intimidated by it and forced to retreat. Life, Sacred Land, hear my order. Attack the heaven-defying faction and destroy everything. The Life God ordered all the members of the Sacred Land. Attack the heaven-defying faction. God King Radiant Peak immediately stepped forward and commanded everyone to attack the heaven-defying faction. The arrival of the 3 gods made all the spectating experts confident that the Life Sacred Land would emerge victorious. More and more people accepted the Life Sacred Land's request for reinforcements and volunteered. The The sacred land was now no weaker than the heaven-defying faction. In a flash, a dense mass of people dodged the storm created by the God-Lord battle and charged toward the heaven-defying faction. As for the heaven-defying faction's side, they quickly retreated. 3 massive warships carried many people back. Defend. The left protector took command. Where there was life, there was hope. As long as they could safely retreat, the next time the heaven-defying faction appeared, they would be unstoppable and invincible. Curse of the Dead. The left protector squeezed out a drop of black-violet blood from his finger, and then he formed a spell, unleashing a sinister energy that made one shiver in fear. Countless vengeful souls and wraiths suddenly appeared in the air. Almost all of these were experts who had died in the battle. The left protector had used their negative soul energy to form the curse of the dead and attack the life-sacred land. Life-devouring tree. God King Radiant Peak activated his Eye of Life, gathering large amounts of life energy into his bloodline's secret art. Green light flashed toward the heaven-defying faction, gradually condensing into an ancient gray tree. This gray tree unleashed an invisible devouring energy, and the nearby members of the heaven-defying faction immediately felt their vitality rapidly drain away as their condition deteriorated. As the gray tree devoured the lives of the heaven-defying faction members, it gradually grew larger and more solid. Dish! Zhao Feng gripped the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword and charged into the battlefield, sweeping through all. Run! It's the 9th god Eye Zhao Feng. The god lords saw Zhao Feng charge in, and fear appeared on their faces. Although the battle of gods had drawn the most attention, Zhao Feng's killing of the divine emissaries, including the strongest divine emissary Wu, and his clash with the Nightmare Beast King had left a deep impression on the minds of the others. But none of the prey Zhao Feng had set his sights on could escape. Thump thump. Zhao Feng's 9th god Eye began to rhythmically tremble. The battle of gods had not only stimulated the dream god Eye, but also Zhao Feng himself. Kill! Zhao Feng gripped the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword as he charged into the enemy ranks and began to slaughter them. At this moment, Zhao Feng noticed that the spiritual race patriarch and Zhao Yufei had been pushed back by a powerful destruction dragon race energy. Divine emissary. Zhao Feng's eyes focused as he charged at a black-scaled man. Brother Feng. Zhao Yufei's eyes flashed. Before the battle, Zhao Feng had placed a god Eye mark on Zhao Yufei and helped her escape danger many times. It's Zhao Feng! The black-scaled man grimaced and immediately retreated. Primal chaos, lightning Eye. Without another word, Zhao Feng activated his dream god Eye, condensed a primal chaos lightning sword and fired it. Kakrak! The black-scaled man's head exploded. The devouring primal chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy wreaking havoc on his head. Ah! The black-scaled man screamed as he fled, clutching his head. Fortunately, he had the destruction dragon race bloodline, or else he might not have been able to take this attack. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Feng immediately pursued, his speed much faster than before. During the battle between the space-time god and the heaven lord, Zhao Feng had been keeping a close eye on the space-time god. After all, Zhao Feng primarily cultivated space and secondarily cultivated time. Zhao Feng had comprehended a great deal from the space-time god's spatial movement art and was able to improve his own movement techniques. Destruction Dragon Flame. The black-scaled man saw that Zhao Feng was too fast for him to escape, so he used his destruction origin energy to unleash a destructive attack. A blazing sun of black flames shot toward Zhao Feng. After unleashing this attack, the black-scaled man immediately began to retreat. Swish! Zhao Feng gathered large amounts of primal chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy, causing the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword in his hand to multiply in size, transforming into a towering sword that shot forward. The black sun of destruction instantly collapsed, bringing along the destructive black flames that swept out in all directions. Although the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword that had shattered the black sun had consumed a significant amount of destruction flame, the gloomy tribulation lightning sword continued to fly forward. He's this strong. The black-scaled man's mind trembled. As a divine emissary, did he not even have a chance of escaping from Zhao Feng's hands? Boom! Bang! Although he managed to dodge the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword, the sword suddenly exploded, unleashing a massive explosion of chaos energy. The black-scaled man flew out of the explosion, vomiting several mouthfuls of black blood. It's over. A deep voice rang out in the black-scaled man's ear. At some point, Zhao Feng had appeared behind him. Kakrak! The primal chaos tribulation lightning sword pierced through his chest, engulfing him in destruction and devouring energy. A few moments later, the black-scaled man was reduced to dust. Zhao Feng was now able to kill divine emissaries as he pleased. In the distance, the death god was both watching the battle of gods in the sky and the battle between the life-sacred land and the heaven-defying faction. Is he the real ninth god? The death god indifferently glanced at Zhao Feng, but seems like he's on divine punishment side. Since that's the case, he can't be left alive. A sinister look appeared on the death god's face, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. If Zhao Feng was allowed to fully mature, the divine punishment god would have the advantage in terms of god eyes, and he did not want to lower his head to divine punishment. Boom! Bang! Crash! The battle of gods continued. The immense energy radiating from them made it impossible for anyone to get close, and no one dared to see what was going on. The battle of the sacred land did not stop, and it only grew more chaotic. But gradually, the heaven-defying faction gathered together, and the members of the Heaven's legacy race on the 3 warships began to form one massive Heaven's legacy array after another. These Heaven's legacy array wove together and formed a massive defensive array. Prepare to open the passage and return to the divine kingdom, the left protector ordered. But on the other side, God King Radiant Peak led his experts in a fierce assault. The entire Heaven's legacy race array began to tremble and sway. Don't stop. We can't let them enter the divine kingdom. God King Radiant Peak looked into the distance and bellowed. If the heaven-defying faction was allowed to return to the divine kingdom, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. But they have many tricks up their sleeves and the power of the divine kingdom. We might not be able to stop them. Master Limitless' eyes were profound as he sighed. This divine kingdom is truly tough. For a moment, the life-sacred land was in an awkward situation. Once the heaven-defying faction returned to the divine kingdom, they wouldn't be able to attack even if they wanted to. The interior of the divine kingdom isn't necessarily completely safe. Zhao Feng stood there for a long time, his eyes flashing as he muttered to himself. He had almost forgotten that he had entered the light race's divine kingdom. As long as it was a place he had been to, Zhao Feng could use thought teleportation to travel there without any hindrance. However, recklessly infiltrating the divine kingdom was rather dangerous, so he needed to make some preparations. Chapter 1543. Within the heaven-defying faction divine kingdom, the members of the heaven-defying faction were standing guard within the heaven's legacy defensive array. Moreover, this defensive array was reinforced by the divine kingdom's power, making it extremely tough. Even the combined attacks of the life-sacred land and the other allied forces were unable to break it. Boom! Bang! Crash! The life-sacred land's forces continued to fiercely attack. Even if they couldn't completely break through the defensive array, they still had to hold it down. The heaven-defying faction could not instantly enter the divine kingdom. Once they lost a certain number of people, the defensive array would lose its power and be instantly broken. In the rear, Zhao Feng did not attack the heaven-defying faction divine kingdom with the others. At this time, he planned to use thought teleportation to infiltrate the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom. It would be best if he could destroy the important structures or core of the Divine Kingdom so that the heaven-defying faction's plan to retreat and leave would fail. But this plan could not be announced, not even to God King Radiant Peak. If the life-sacred land had spies in the heaven-defying faction and the news leaked out, Zhao Feng would be a sheep walking into a tiger's den if he ran into the enemy Divine Kingdom. Zhao Feng took his clones, the Black Destruction Dragon, the Ancient Beasts, and the Little Thieving Cat into his Divine Kingdom. This operation was rather risky, so Zhao Feng planned to rely on his own forces. He didn't even tell the light races, Twilight Valley, or the giant god races, Exan Wuheng. In the chaos of the crowd, Zhao Feng suddenly left. As he retreated to the rear, he entered his Divine Kingdom. Within the Divine Kingdom, Zhao Feng safely used thought teleportation to vanish. The life-sacred land, which was attacking the heaven-defying faction with all its might, did not notice him. However, after a while, they might notice that Zhao Feng had disappeared. But there was still someone who noticed Zhao Feng's sudden disappearance, the Death God, who was hiding extremely far away. Where did that kid go? The Death God's eyes flashed. Why did Zhao Feng suddenly disappear at this time? However, the Death God was alone and couldn't do much. At the very least, he had to wait for his allies to arrive. Although the Heaven Lord was a threat to all the God Eyes, Divine Punishment and the others were enough to deal with him. Perhaps both sides would end up heavily injured while he and his allies could reap the benefits and obtain the final victory. Within the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom, Wang Hu, in a sealed secret room, layers of dreamy shadows suddenly appeared, and a silver-haired man in a silver robe slowly appeared. We're here. Zhao Feng opened his eyes and observed his surroundings. This was the place where he had been imprisoned in the heaven-defying faction's Divine Kingdom. This secret chamber was a place of imprisonment, and it was surrounded by a formation barrier, completely isolated from the outside world. With Zhao Feng's current strength, he could naturally force his way through, but that would definitely draw the attention of the heaven-defying faction. Don't alarm them. Zhao Feng's left eye pierced through the spatial barrier and memorized the scene outside. He closed his eyes and used mental teleportation again. Not long after, Zhao Feng's figure disappeared from the secret room and appeared outside the barrier. Just like that, Zhao Feng easily left the sealed space. Even so, he did not act recklessly. The interior of the Heaven's Legacy race was riddled with traps. Anyone who did not understand how to move about would definitely trigger them. At this time, it was the Little Thieving Cat's turn. This was also the reason why Zhao Feng had brought the Little Thieving Cat along. Meow. The Little Thieving Cat was carried out by Zhao Feng and led the way. They silently dispelled or evaded all the traps along the way. It didn't take long before Zhao Feng walked out of the massive building. He concealed himself in the void and observed the situation inside the heaven-defying faction. Many members of the heaven-defying faction were flying back and forth between the three mountains, appearing rather busy. They probably don't have very tight defenses around their Divine Kingdom. They probably wouldn't have imagined that someone would be able to sneak in without them noticing. Zhao Feng chuckled as he stealthily moved through the air. Those with lower cultivations were unable to sense Zhao Feng's presence, and those with higher cultivations were actively avoided by Zhao Feng. After taking such a huge risk to come here, I'd be letting myself down if I didn't get some benefits. Zhao Feng glanced at the Heaven's Legacy Race island to his left. If he remembered correctly, the majority of this island was a region where precious plants were grown, and there was no lack of extremely precious plants from the ancient era. Moreover, Zhao Feng urgently wanted to increase his strength. If he could make a small harvest here, that would naturally be for the best. With this plan in mind, Zhao Feng headed toward the Heaven's Legacy Race island to his left. Comparatively speaking, there were fewer people on this island zone, so Zhao Feng managed to arrive without any mishaps. With the Little Thieving Cat leading the way, Zhao Feng entered an entrance. After advancing for a short while, the man and cat arrived in a vast space. In front of them was an extremely wide path of steel, and on the two sides of the path were individual spaces. Each of these spaces simulated different environments and grew different kinds of rare plants. Perhaps because of the battle, other than the guards at the entrance, there were only a few logistics personnel. They tended to the plants in the various areas, and their cultivations were generally rather low. As Zhao Feng stealthily approached, all the personnel fell into a dream. He then began to wander through the massive building. The plants in the first few areas were rather low level in Zhao Feng's eyes, so he simply ignored them. After walking several hundred steps, Zhao Feng suddenly stopped. Jade Snow Origin Fruit, Profound Ice Heaven Spirit Grass. Zhao Feng's eyes pierced through the translucent spatial barrier to see the plants within. The precious materials in this space were all related to the Ice Tao. Among them, the Jade Snow Essence Fruit and the Profound Ice Heaven Spirit Grass were excellent tonics for Ice Tao cultivators. They could nourish, repair god altars, condense god power, and stabilize one's cultivation. These plants were all of extremely high quality, corresponding to the first heaven to the second heaven. As for the space on the right, it was filled with cultivation resources for the Flame Tao. Zhao Feng resisted the temptation and continued to walk forward until he was almost at the top. Time Tao and Space Tao plants. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. There weren't many plants for these two Taos, but their rarity and preciousness far surpassed the former. Just to be safe, Zhao Feng still planned on using thought teleportation to enter. Swish! Zhao Feng's figure disappeared in a layer of dreamy mist, but he suddenly appeared in another space. Good! Flowing light, moon, spirit fruit, white moon flower. Zhao Feng had a joyful expression as he looked at the plants in this space, even though the majority of them hadn't fully matured yet. Meow meow! The little thieving cat also jumped out and cheered. Under the search of the human and cat, there wasn't a single plant left in this space. Zhao Feng then came to the other side, where spatial plants were being grown. This was a starry space with many stones floating in the air, and some plants were growing on them. In this small floating island at the center of the starry space, Zhao Feng saw a dark silver, slender tree. The space around it was wrinkled. I didn't think that there would be a space spirit tree here. Zhao Feng rubbed his palms together as he approached. In this space, the space spirit tree was probably one of the most precious plants. Its trunk itself was extremely precious and could be used to repair spatial supreme quality divine artifacts. It was also one of the materials used to forge all kinds of divine weapons. The heaven void silver leaves on the space spirit tree were even more precious treasures for cultivating the space law. Without another word, Zhao Feng took them away. The man and cat then began to scour the other places for plants. However, just as the two of them were plundering to their heart's content, a commotion suddenly came from outside. Oh no! Zhao Feng grimaced and immediately took the little thieving cat into hiding. 5 figures walked out of the passage. Damn it, we'll definitely be discovered. Zhao Feng's expression turned grave. He hadn't expected that someone would come while they were stealing. Of the 5, 2 wore silver armor and had first heaven cultivation. The other 3 wore gray robes and had cultivations below the God Lord level. Hurry and check everything. If there's nothing wrong, then let's go. The 2 silver-armored men urged. But the 5 didn't go very far before they froze in place. Oh no! Hurry and see if any of the plants have been stolen. The 5 grimaced and immediately said. In this situation, they did not think that there was an intruder. Instead, they suspected that it was an inside job. The other 3 personnel on duty came to the front of each individual space, where there was an individual instrument. By activating the instrument, one could see what was going on inside the cultivation ground. Oh no! The time-type plants have all disappeared. One of the guards immediately called out. How audacious! Someone dares to take advantage of the chaos of battle to steal. A dark-skinned, silver-armored man hardened his expression. Hurry and report this matter to the elder. The other, silver-armored man suddenly said, at this moment, hurry and see what the situation is with the treasures in the level 2 secret chambers. One of the officers on duty had an anxious expression on his face as he urged. If the treasures in the level 2 secret chambers were lost, even if they were not responsible, they would still find it difficult to escape this calamity. The 2 silver-armored men were also stunned when they heard this. Within the space-type plant cultivation ground, Zhao Feng's eyes widened. There's more inside, and it sounded like the things inside were even more precious. The 3 guards and the 2 silver-armored men arrived at the end of the passage. The 3 guards unleashed their Heaven's Secrets secret technique, and a silver line suddenly appeared on the wall. It gradually extended to form a square metal door that slowly opened. The structure inside was similar to the outside, but the space was more stable and powerful. The 5 immediately entered and arrived next to a cultivation ground. Through the mechanism, they could see what was going on inside. Good, they're all here. Go and see what's going on. One of the older guards immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 silver-armored men also took out their communication tokens and prepared to send a message. Right at this moment, a figure appeared behind the 5, but they did not notice it at all. Zhao Feng's left eye emitted a wave of dream Dao energy that silently invaded the 5 souls. The 5's bodies swayed, and their eyes glazed over as they fell into the dream dimension. Thank you for leading the way. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. He did not expect there to be something even more precious here. Chapter 1544. After dealing with the 5 guards, Zhao Feng began to inspect the higher-level plants. Each cultivation area was its own dimension. The dimensions here were much smaller than the ones outside, but there were more of them. There are more of these higher-level plants. Zhao Feng felt that this was impossible. He took a few steps forward and saw the image on one of the machines. It was gloomy and shrouded in endless black fog. The ground was covered in white bones, and in the middle of these bones was a strange flower covered in black and white patterns. Death Spirit Bone-Eating Flower. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. He had seen this plant in the secret library of the Heaven's legacy race. It was a treasure that the Heaven-Defying faction had developed. This plant could only grow on corpses thick with death energy, but when experts died, their bodies would be destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Thus, the environment could only be artificially created, and it could be considered one of the more successful products of the Heaven-Defying faction. Zhao Feng clearly had no lack of this plant, so he immediately went to the next dimension. At this moment, Zhao Feng understood why there were more of these higher-level cultivation areas. Each cultivation area only had one kind of plant or even just one stalk, but it was of an abnormally high quality. For example, the Death Spirit Bone-Eating Flower could probably raise an extremely powerful Death God Eye descendant. This is 9 Lightning Heaven Bamboo. Zhao Feng's left eye pierced through the spatial barrier and saw the treasure in the second cultivation area. The ground was pitted and scorched black, and the sky was roiling with black clouds as the power of divine punishment continued to rumble down. In the center of this dimension were several translucent white bamboos covered in lightning. These were none other than 9 Lightning Heaven Bamboo. According to the records, the place where 9 Lightning Heaven Bamboo grew was the Sky Lightning Forbidden Land. Normal people would find it impossible to approach. But for Lightning Dao cultivators, a place with 9 Lightning Heaven Bamboo was a cultivation paradise. This treasure was born from lightning and condensed the essence of the world's lightning. Not only could it be used to comprehend the lightning law, but it could also increase a cultivator's ability to comprehend the lightning law. Moreover, the 9 Lightning Heaven Bamboo, the Heaven-Defying faction, was growing while nourished by divine punishment energy, so it was probably of an extremely high quality. Without hesitation, Zhao Feng used mind teleportation and entered the interior. Suddenly, a small portion of the heavenly punishment in the sky bombarded Zhao Feng. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Zhao Feng released a powerful lightning energy that revolved around his body, blocking it. He had even personally witnessed the power of the divine punishment chief sovereign's heavenly retribution. How could he possibly fear this bit of heavenly retribution? As he got closer, the bombardment of the heavenly punishment that Zhao Feng suffered became more and more intense. The power of the heavenly punishment was undeniable. Even if Zhao Feng defended with all his might, it would still be difficult. Return! Zhao Feng approached the 9 lightning heavenly bamboo and stored it in his divine nation. Rumble! Suddenly, the power of heavenly punishment in the sky came crashing down on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng immediately fled to the edge of the area to escape from the bombardment of the heavenly punishment. Finally, he used mind teleportation to leave. This 9 thunder heavenly bamboo's grade is extraordinary. It will greatly promote my law of thunder. Zhao Feng was very satisfied, but now he needed to pick up the pace. His actions here would be discovered sooner or later, and it would be terrible if his enemies took the initiative. Thus, Zhao Feng decided to take a few more treasures and then leave. After all, he had infiltrated the heaven-defying faction and had other missions. After some investigation, Zhao Feng discovered that the first 8 cultivation areas corresponded to the attributes of the 8 great god eyes. This was also rather reasonable. The heaven-defying faction naturally did not produce so many powerful god eye descendants out of thin air. They had to pay an enormous price to cultivate resources so that they could eventually become experts. Zhao Feng arrived at the area corresponding to the space-time resources. This was a tranquil space. Many stones of various sizes floated in the air, all of them gleaming with a white luster like precious jade. In the center of these precious jade was an abnormally dazzling round crystal that exuded a glow like moonlight. Void, profound, spirit jade. Zhao Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected it to be such an extinct treasure. Void, profound, spirit jade could only form in certain forbidden cracks or streams of space after the shattering of the desolate continent. It would take countless years before it could slowly take form. This was also why many spatial cultivators like to drift through space. If one was lucky, they might be able to find a treasure like this. Without another word, Zhao Feng used thought teleportation to enter. Space-time energy immediately descended, causing Zhao Feng's thoughts and movements to become abnormally slow. Zhao Feng immediately released the power of his space-time law to resist. Otherwise, he would be as slow as a snail. In truth, if Zhao Feng just destroyed this dimension, he would be able to obtain the treasure without going through so much trouble, but doing so would expose him. Based on the situation, I'll have to leave after taking this treasure. Zhao Feng mentally calculated. At the same time, outside the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom, the battle between gods was still going on, and the more it fought, the more terrifying it became. This part of the dimension was in tatters, and if not for the heaven-mending race experts, it would have taken hundreds of millions of years to repair. The space-time, divine punishment, and life gods all grimaced, and this was when 3 gods were working together. Any other god would be in grave danger, but although the Heaven Lord was injured, it was not very serious. Space-time crack. The space-time god's eyes flashed with silver light as he scanned the area. Hisses! A dreadful space-time crack suddenly appeared in the distance, the space-time energy within it capable of pulverizing all things. This space-time crack moved with incredible speed in pursuit of the Heaven Lord. Divine Punishment Hammer. The Divine Punishment God also activated his eyes, using his eye intent to control the boundless divine punishment in the sky to form a terrifying divine punishment hammer. The life god controlled countless thorny vines to cut off the Heaven Lord's path of retreat. The Heaven Lord was surrounded by the attacks of the 3 gods and was now in a difficult situation. Break! The Heaven Lord activated his heavenly Tao God Eye, unleashing a power that could destroy all laws and order, pulverizing everything around him. This power again. The life god's heart sank in shock. After fighting with the Heaven Lord for so long, they had some understanding of his techniques. The most puzzling of them all was the power the Heaven Lord had used just now. It could instantly destroy all laws and order around him. This meant that at this moment no power could injure the Heaven Lord. Of course, such a powerful technique had a rather long time between uses and consumed a great deal of energy. Whoosh! The Heaven Lord took a deep breath as he stared at the three gods, his eyes cold and harsh. If he only had the heavenly Tao God eye and not the God Devil body, he would have been defeated long ago. If you want to hate someone, hate yourself. All of this is the result of your sins. The divine punishment God's expression was cold. The Heaven Lord glanced at the heaven-defying faction, divine kingdom. Boom! Bang! Crash! The life-sacred land continued to fiercely assault the heaven-defying faction's defensive array. As more and more experts joined the life-sacred land, it became extremely powerful, making it difficult for the heaven-defying faction members to escape into the divine kingdom. But if this stalemate continued, the heaven-defying faction would definitely lose. Next time, the Heaven Lord scanned the three gods before turning and retreating toward the heaven-defying faction, divine kingdom. "Want to leave?" The space-time god snorted as he stepped forward to stop him. Ancient divine fist. The Heaven Lord immediately activated his ancient god-devil body and unleashed a tyrannical punch that forced the space-time god to retreat. The shift in the battle of gods had also attracted the attention of the other members of both sides. God King Radiant Peak, who was attacking the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom, saw the Heaven Lord flying over, and his legs trembled. "Retreat!" God King Radiant Peak hastily called out. The fact that the Heaven Lord could survive the combined attacks of three gods was already proof of his strength. The Heaven Lord feared nothing except a god. At this moment, the Heaven Lord punched at the life-sacred land members. "Retreat!" The members of the life-sacred land panicked and fled for their lives. But the Heaven Lord's attack was simply too fast, arriving almost instantly. Space-time shift. In the end, the space-time god took action, creating a spatial black hole that diverted the Heaven Lord's attack. The Heaven Lord used this chance to open a path to the Divine Kingdom. In a flash, all the Heaven's legacy race members swarmed inside. Don't even think about it. The divine punishment god's expression hardened as he unleashed a barrage of lightning. Bang! The Heaven Lord punched out with both fists to protect the heaven-defying faction members. In the end, all the other members entered the Divine Kingdom. "Wait for me to cut open his divine kingdom," the space-time god coldly snorted. Swish, swish, swish. The three gods descended at the same time, unleashing their most powerful attacks. If the Heaven Lord was allowed to leave, the three gods would have no face left. Moreover, how could they let such a powerful threat go? Reverse. The Heaven Lord immediately reversed the world and fled with his massive divine kingdom. At this time, he had to guard the divine kingdom. There truly weren't many things in the world that could stop the three gods, especially the space-time god, who could easily deal massive damage to the divine kingdom. But the Heaven Lord was still unable to hold on against the combined attacks of three gods. Activate the heaven-defying divine kingdom's defensive array. The Heaven Lord sent a message into the divine kingdom. Within the divine kingdom, in an underground palace in the central island zone, a 70-year-old elder with a gray-white staff in his hand and a white beard that trailed along the ground said, "Activate the divine kingdom's defensive array." Yes, right, Protector. Around the palace, there were huge machines and many people operating them. Activate the divine kingdom's defensive array. A series of mechanical commands were constantly being issued. At the same time, in the herb-growing base on the left island zone. Got it! Zhao Feng smiled, a round piece of jade in his hand. The void, profound spirit jade. Now that he had obtained it, Zhao Feng no longer lusted after the treasures and planned to leave. The moment he arrived at the passage, Zhao Feng's left eye saw countless people returning to the heaven-defying faction, Divine Kingdom. So many people. Zhao Feng grimaced. The members of the heaven-defying faction had all returned to the Divine Kingdom. Once his identity was exposed, he would be surrounded and attacked by the entire heaven-defying faction. But upon closer inspection, Zhao Feng realized that this was not the case. The members that had returned to the Divine Kingdom were gathering on the distant horizon, apparently laying down some sort of array. It seems like the war isn't over yet, Zhao Feng quietly said to himself. He then used the heavenly closure seal to seal his energy, including that of the God Eye, and changed his appearance before concealing himself. Zhao Feng had not forgotten his goal in infiltrating the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom. He wanted to destroy the important structures and even the core of the Divine Kingdom so that the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom's defenses would be greatly reduced. This way, the life-sacred land would be able to smoothly attack. After leaving this island zone, Zhao Feng began to approach the Central Heavens Legacy Island. Zhao Feng realized that the heaven-defying faction had no intention of guarding against intruders. Perhaps in their view, it was impossible for anyone to invade without them noticing. Zhao Feng encountered no danger along the way. The core of the Divine Kingdom might be there. Zhao Feng's gaze turned toward the forbidden ground in the distance. He had been sure of this the last time he was captured. Chapter 1545. The core of the Divine Kingdom might be over there. Zhao Feng's gaze turned toward the forbidden ground in the distance. He had been sure of this the last time he was captured. At this time, Zhao Feng had changed into a suit of silver armor and was now a guard of the heaven-defying faction. Now that all the members of the Heaven's legacy race had returned, the chances of him being discovered had greatly increased. Thus, Zhao Feng decided to disguise himself. As long as it wasn't a god king looking carefully, they would find it very difficult to notice anything amiss. As for the members of the heaven-defying faction, they had never imagined that there would be an intruder, so they were less guarded. Coupled with the fact that this was a time of chaos and chaos, almost no god king would pay close attention to a single guard like Zhao Feng. But approaching the core was a different story. There was no one around the forbidden ground. If Zhao Feng approached, he would be far too conspicuous and attract attention. Thus, Zhao Feng remained near the forbidden ground to think of a solution. At this moment, hisses, within the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom, an enormous array of white crystals had been constructed. This array glimmered with brilliant light as vast amounts of energy began to circulate. Many white rays of light extended from the array, connecting it to the Divine Kingdom. Within and around the array, there were many experts controlling key positions of the array. In order to stop the attacks of the three gods, the defensive capabilities of the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom were far from enough. An energy transmission array was needed, using the members of the heaven-defying faction as a source of energy. In the distance, 3 golden-armored men were making their way toward the forbidden ground. "You, come here!" One of the pale-faced men pointed at a silver-armored guard in the distance and casually called out, "Yes." The silver-armored guard was shocked and immediately stepped forward. The standard for a golden-armored guard was second heaven, the highest of the guards. He only obeyed the upper echelon of the heaven-defying faction, so he had to obey the golden-armored guard's orders. "Guard the forbidden ground with us," one of the golden-armored guards immediately said. Hearing those words, the silver-armored guard's expression immediately changed. The people nearby also trembled slightly and immediately left. Everyone knew that the forbidden ground was the core of the Divine Kingdom, and now that the Divine Kingdom's defensive array was activated, the core was certain to erupt with an immense energy that ordinary god lords would not be able to endure. At this crucial moment, all of you are afraid of death. "You, get over here." The golden-armored, White-faced man had a look of disdain on his face. He then looked at a slow, silver-armored guard and immediately shouted. Yes, this slow-moving guard was Xiao Feng. He pretended to be unwilling and slowly flew over. Then the 3 golden-armored guards pulled some more people over and quickly approached the forbidden area. At this moment, the forbidden area was already fluctuating with a frightening power. Even with the isolation of the formation, the powerful aura could still be felt from the outside. To prevent any accidents, of the core will of the divine kingdom, the Pale of God of clans divine, the God, the kingdom. The pale-faced guard said righteously. Usually, the forbidden area was empty because there were many traps here. However, this was a critical period. If something happened to the core area, it had to be repaired immediately, so they needed to send people to stand guard. In reality, it would definitely be safer to send a 3rd heaven or even a god king. However, they were short on manpower at the moment, so they could only send a few low-level god masters. Kingdom, dragon. Explosions rang out from the core of the forbidden ground as the terrifying energy continued to climb. Outside the array, the silver-armored guards circulated their divine power to form barriers around them. Suddenly, an explosion came from within, followed by a terrifying ripple of divine power. The layers of arrays began to rumble and groan. The distant array in the sky exploded with divine power that connected and fused with the divine kingdom. With this, the heaven-defying faction's strongest divine kingdom array was complete. Not even a god would be able to break the heaven-defying faction's divine kingdom in a short amount of time. In the core of the forbidden ground, the array was brimming with terrifying energy. Although it did not leak out, it still made the guards outside tremble in fear. Once the defensive array is broken, this terrifying energy will be enough to kill a 1st heaven god lord. Even a 2nd heaven will be forced to retreat. Xiao Feng's lips curled into a smile as he examined the core of the forbidden ground. Driving his will, Zhang Xian executed the realization ability. This was thought power. As long as it wasn't too difficult, he could use it even without using his dream origin energy. Xiao Feng's left eye glanced at the array behind him. Suddenly, an incomparably tiny hole appeared on the barrier. Kaboom! Immediately, a terrifying surge of divine power surged out from within. Moreover, spiderweb cracks appeared around this hole and began to spread. None of the people present had expected for something like this to happen so soon. Boom! Bang! A dark gray storm surged forward. The divine power barrier of the silver-armored guard closest to the hole shattered, and his body was instantly turned to ash by the dreadful energy. At this moment, Xiao Feng used this chance to enter the array. Boom! Bang! The other silver-armored guards were sent flying. Not good. There's a hole in the array. Several of the golden-armored guards retreated in alarm and unleashed vast amounts of divine power to resist the impact. At the same time, the activity here alarmed the other people in the divine kingdom. In the underground core, what's going on? The Right Protector immediately called out. The Forbidden Grounds array has been damaged. An operator immediately reported. Only members of the Heaven's Legacy race could repair the array, but the majority of Heaven's Legacy race members had rather low cultivations. However, the Right Protector had managed to find someone suitable for this task. This person was none other than Yu Luping. He quickly arrived at the Divine Kingdom's core. Elder Yu, the nearby guards respectfully bowed. Did any of you notice anyone suspicious just now? Yu Liuping's gaze was profound as he questioned them one by one. No, this was the answer he received. There were 8 people guarding the forbidden ground. 2 of them were too close to the hole in the array and were killed in the line of duty. The white-faced man reported. Yu Luping nodded, not thinking too much about it. The moment a hole appeared in the array, it would erupt with the most energy. Caught off guard, a 1st heaven god, Lord, truly would be powerless to resist. He inspected the interior of the array and found nothing strange, so he began to repair the array. The forbidden ground in the core had 3 layers of arrays. The outermost layer was the isolation defense barrier, and the inner 2 layers were the weakening barrier. The power that passed through these 2 layers would be weakened to a certain extent. Just now, Zhao Feng had entered the 2nd layer of the array and used his realization ability to repair it. The 2nd floor was brimming with such terrifying energy that even a 2nd heaven god lord would be instantly annihilated. As a peak 2nd heaven, Zhao Feng naturally had nothing to fear and entered the depths of the 2nd layer. At this moment, the 3rd layer of the array was brimming with energy that not even a 3rd heaven would be able to last a single second. Not even a god managed to break in. This divine kingdom's core is definitely unusual. Zhao Feng was considering whether he should enter the 3rd layer or not. At this moment, a powerful ripple of energy approached Zhao Feng. "Kid, who are you?" An indistinct soul voice came from within. Startled, Zhao Feng focused his eyes and saw an ethereal robe floating within the storm of divine power. This robe was surrounded by layers of spatial barriers that prevented it from being affected. This is... Zhao Feng was taken aback. It was actually this robe that had spoken just now. He activated his left eye to get a clearer view of the array. This robe was as white as jade, and its mysterious silver inscriptions glimmered with a dazzling light. Moreover, there was a 4th array in the center. "Kid, you're quite bold to dare infiltrate this place." The robe spoke once more. "Ancestral artifact?" Zhao Feng probed. How could an ordinary divine artifact be able to remain safe in there? The robe was at a loss for words. In its complete form, it had been an ancestral artifact, but now it was no longer an ancestral artifact, but a pseudo-ancestral artifact forged from many fragments. But for it to say such a thing, it would only be belittling itself. Seeing that the robe did not admit to it, Zhao Feng guessed that it was a pseudo-ancestral artifact. After all, he had seen the pseudo-ancestral artifact blazing hell before. "Kid, you're not a member of the Heaven's legacy race, but you dare to come here? You truly don't know the meaning of death." The robe exuded a chilling aura, clearly intending to denounce Zhao Feng. "Do you want to consider leaving this place with me?" Zhao Feng faintly smiled as he suddenly spoke. His goal this time was to destroy the divine kingdom's crucial structure, perhaps even its core. And at this moment he had discovered a pseudo-ancestral artifact in the core. It appeared that this pseudo-ancestral artifact was currently exuding a powerful energy that was of great use to the divine kingdom's defenses. If he could abduct it and sell it, wouldn't he have achieved his goal? Moreover, Zhao Feng was rather confident. The innermost 4th array contained many different types of ancestral artifact fragments. They were probably supporting the operation of the core array and providing it with different kinds of energy. However, there was a spatial energy outside this array that blocked off vision and perception. It was clearly the robe's doing. Otherwise, Zhao Feng would not have been mistaken at the start to believe that there were only 3 arrays. This meant that the robe still had hope for the intruder, and it also wanted to leave. "Kid, with just you!" The robe angrily bellowed. Outside the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom, the Heaven Lord was fleeing with the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom. But the pursuers had the space-time god eye, which boosted the speed of the other 2 gods as they pursued the Heaven Lord. Lightning crisscrossed, space-time was cut apart, and thorns crisscrossed. The 3 gods attacked at the same time. Boom! Bang! Crash! The Heaven Lord consumed a great deal of his eye bloodline energy, so he used both his divine kingdom and his own energy to resist. What a tough divine kingdom! The space-time god curled her lips. "Don't be careless. They're behind us." The life god warned. 10 million lay behind them. 3 silhouettes were flying at high speed. One of them had a stooped body and was dressed in tattered black clothes. The other was an elder dressed in a luxurious golden robe. His eyes were even more dazzling than the sun. The last was a beautiful woman in a dark purple dress, her body exuding an oppressive aura. Chapter 1546. In the core of the divine kingdom, Zhao Feng and the crystalline robe were separated only by a single domain. "Kid, just you." The robe angrily harumphed. Firstly, it was rather dissatisfied with Zhao Feng's tone. The first question had left it speechless, and the second was that a pseudo-ancestral artifact had to follow Zhao Feng. Secondly, it did not believe that Zhao Feng had a way to leave this place. "You also want to leave this place, right? If you miss this chance, you'll have to stay here forever." Zhao Feng chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. There was a fourth array in the innermost layer. Many different ancestral artifact fragments had formed a complex heavens legacy array. But when the crystalline robe noticed Zhao Feng's arrival, it had cut off the senses of these ancestral artifact fragments. So Zhao Feng's first inspection had led him to believe that there were only 3 arrays. The crystalline robe had done this because it had a sliver of hope for the intruder. It wanted to leave and didn't want Zhao Feng's identity to be immediately exposed. "Kid, you're just a peak second heaven. I don't know how you managed to sneak in, but leaving is as difficult as ascending to the heavens," the crystalline robe solemnly said. Although it wanted to escape the control of the heavens legacy race, it would not act blindly. If it chose to leave with Zhao Feng but failed and was captured by the heavens legacy race, the consequences would be even worse. Moreover, even if it successfully left, a faction as powerful as the heaven-defying faction would find it very difficult to deal with a mere second heaven like Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng fell silent for a few moments, until the crystalline robe followed him. He could not reveal the secret of thought teleportation. Who knew if this pseudo-ancestral artifact would report him to the heaven-defying faction once it learned of his identity? The heaven-defying faction is currently at war with 3 god-eye deities, and the heaven-defying faction is extremely busy. "Leaving isn't difficult, and I'm a member of the god-eye camp," Zhao Feng calmly said. 3 god-eyes. The crystalline robe was rather surprised. It had also sensed the war, but it hadn't expected the other side to be 3 god-eyes. However, it had some understanding of the heaven-defying faction strength, so it was only a little surprised. In addition, it had assumed from the start that Zhao Feng was a member of the heaven-defying faction who had taken advantage of the chaos of battle to sneak in and steal the treasures. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to be an outsider. For a peak second heaven to be able to infiltrate the heavens legacy race divine kingdom and reach the core forbidden zone was truly not simple. Then I'll tell you one more thing. As long as I leave this formation, the heaven-defying faction will sense it. Do you think it's possible to take me away now? The voice of the crystalline robe was deep. This was the most crucial point. Otherwise, with its own strength, it could easily break through the 3 layers of the formation. "Yes." Zhao Feng's expression was calm, but he was extremely serious. This answer stunned the crystal jade robe for a moment. Of course, it was still doubtful. "Think about it carefully. I don't have much time. I reckon that they will notice me very soon." After Zhao Feng calmly said this, he directly entered the dream divine kingdom. In the core of the dream divine kingdom, 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 400 days in the outside world. Zhao Feng used this time to stabilize his cultivation so that he could break into the 3rd heaven. On the central island, in the underground base, the Right Protector was observing the situation outside through the massive screen in front of him. The 3 god-eyes are in hot pursuit. In this situation, even if the Heaven Lord takes out his trump cards, it won't be of much use. The Right Protector's white brows were tightly furrowed. At this moment, a message came, reporting to the Protector, the herb-growing area has been stolen, including the Level 2 secret room. This news caused the Right Protector's eyes to widen in shock. Someone had managed to steal the precious resources the heaven-defying faction had painstakingly cultivated without them noticing. The core area, The right protector suddenly thought of something. The defensive barrier around the core area had suddenly shattered. Although this matter was sudden, it wasn't very strange. But when combined with the theft of the herb-growing area, things were different. A layer of frost gradually appeared on his face, and his body stiffened on the spot. "I'm leaving for a moment." The right protector immediately gave the order, and his figure disappeared. Just who was it? The right protector began to hurry toward the forbidden ground. Right protector! Many guards immediately bowed to greet him. No one had expected the right protector to personally come here. Was he here to reprimand them for their mistake just now? Everyone was fearful and didn't know what would happen next. But the protector said nothing. Instead, he began to form a spell, apparently preparing to open the array. In the core of the forbidden ground, within the second layer of the array, a spatial ripple startled Zhao Feng out of his divine kingdom. "Kid, I agree." A hurried voice came from within the crystalline robe. Zhao Feng immediately rushed out. A moment later, he understood why the pseudo-ancestral artifact was in such a rush. "Okay, since you plan to come with me, we'll first destroy the Divine Kingdom's core," Zhao Feng immediately ordered. The three god eyes were currently attacking the Divine Kingdom. Once the Divine Kingdom's defenses were affected, the three gods would be able to easily break through. "Kid, you're not using me, are you?" The crystalline robe immediately bellowed. It had alarmed Zhao Feng and said this because it had sensed the arrival of a god king. It was clear that this god king had noticed that Zhao Feng had infiltrated the Divine Kingdom. It wanted to see if Zhao Feng could take it out of this place, and what tricks Zhao Feng had up his sleeve. But Zhao Feng didn't seem to be in a rush, and he even had it destroy the Divine Kingdom's core first. "Okay, kid, I'll believe you this once." The crystalline robe was helpless against Zhao Feng. Moreover, Zhao Feng had been here for so long, and had not notified the heaven-defying faction. This was already a form of not reporting what was going on. Swish! The crystalline robe flew to the fourth layer of the array and used the power of the space law to interfere with the array. The defensive systems of the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom immediately fell into disarray, and the defensive array began to sway. "I can only interfere with it." The crystalline robe bellowed, unleashing a powerful space law that shot toward the third layer of the array in a streak of light. This array was not an isolation array, so the crystalline robe was able to pass through it rather easily. At this moment, outside the second layer of the array, the right protector was enraged. "You dare to betray the heaven-defying faction!" The right protector referred to was naturally the pseudo-ancestral artifact in Zhao Feng. On the surface, Zhao Feng was still dressed as a guard of the heaven-defying faction. The right protector did not believe that an outsider could infiltrate the heaven-defying faction and steal the precious resources they had painstakingly nurtured without them noticing. "Kid, do you have any ideas?" The crystalline robe was clearly fearful. "No rush." Zhao Feng was unhurried. If the pseudo-ancestral artifact had agreed earlier, Zhao Feng might have used thought teleportation to take him away. But it was too late now. Moreover, Zhao Feng had matured a great deal. He was no longer the same as he was in the past, when he was still unable to contend against the purgatory sacred lands, God, King Charflame, even when working together. Zhao Feng had even killed the strongest divine emissary. So what if it was a god king? With the help of the pseudo-ancestral artifact, Zhao Feng would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Bzzz. In a flash of light, his disguise faded, revealing his true appearance. "Zhao Feng, it's you!" The right protector stared in disbelief at Zhao Feng's face. The ninth god eye that they had been pursuing had managed to sneak into the heaven-defying faction's Divine Kingdom, steal many precious resources, and even attempt to destroy the Divine Kingdom's core. The right protector felt like his heart had been stabbed by something, and it was extremely uncomfortable. The will within the crystalline robe was also rather surprised. This kid seemed to be very famous. But when it asked Zhao Feng if he had any ideas, Zhao Feng had said, "No rush!" This made the Will Protector want to curse out loud. He was just a peak second heaven, and his opponent was a God King. Moreover, this was the heaven-defying faction's divine kingdom. He was in no rush. Bang! Zhao Feng immediately undid the seal on the ninth god eye and began to circulate his law energy and unleash his divine power. Vast amounts of primal chaos energy surged out and began to wreak havoc in the forbidden core. "Zhao Feng, stop!" The Right Protector immediately called out, his eyes activating and releasing a gloomy mist. The pseudo-ancestral artifact had already greatly disrupted the core, and the Divine Kingdom's defenses were currently at their weakest. If they fought here, the core would definitely be further affected. Boom! Bang! Crash! At this moment, the heaven-defying faction's Divine Kingdom began to shake. Zhao Feng had created such a good opportunity for the three god eyes, so they would naturally use it to attack. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the heaven-defying faction's Divine Kingdom. Due to the destruction of the Divine Kingdom, the formation inside was also affected. Everyone inside the formation coughed up a mouthful of blood. At the same time, in the Divine Kingdom's core, the fourth layer of the array had been shattered, unleashing a dreadful forbidden storm. "Let's get out!" Zhao Feng immediately called out. The pseudo-ancestral artifact had no choice but to sweep up Zhao Feng and flee. No, how could this be? The Right Protector's face was filled with hatred. "Deish!" The Right Protector immediately pursued the pseudo-ancestral artifact and Zhao Feng. At the same time, outside the Divine Kingdom, what's going on? The Heaven Lord's face was dark and ruthless. What had happened inside the Divine Kingdom? Why had the defensive array suddenly become so unstable, weakening its defenses and allowing the space-time god to punch a hole in it? Moreover, he could no longer bring the Divine Kingdom with him. The power of a god was far too terrifying. Entering the Divine Kingdom through that hole would result in a catastrophic disaster. Boom! The Heaven Lord thrust out a palm, sending the Divine Kingdom flying for millions of li. The interior of the Divine Kingdom was thrown into chaos. Zhao Feng's Right Protector had just charged out of the forbidden core. "Zhao Feng, I'll kill you!" The Right Protector's face was sinister and ruthless, his left eye unleashing a dense fog. Many black figures emerged from within, all of them samsara immortal bodies. Their leader was a god king. In addition, there were 2 third heaven god lords, and there were even more second and first heaven god lords. "You must be the person who revived divine emissary Chang." Zhao Feng had this guess when he saw the Right Protector's Eye of Samsara. The Right Protector was not skilled in battle, so he was responsible for controlling the interior of the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom and reviving certain members. Kill! At this moment, the Life Sacred Lands army appeared at the hole in the Divine Kingdom. The heaven-defying faction members had to deal with external enemies. "Look, can we escape now?" Zhao Feng smiled faintly. In this situation, even if their identities were exposed, they wouldn't be surrounded and attacked by the entire heaven-defying faction. "Are you blind? You're facing a god king." The crystalline robe snorted. Even so, the situation was much better than what I had imagined. Everything just now had been far too dangerous. If the 3 god eyes had not broken into the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom in time, they would have been finished. So what if it's a god king? Zhao Feng smiled. At this moment, he wanted to test out this Right Protector.